Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
What's going on, everybody? As usual, we're gonna open it up with me getting the webcam working, but it's certainly a stream, right? I mean, this is gonna be a game to cover, and I only say that because I'm sure you guys feel the same way I do. The Bears right now are in a very game matters, but it doesn't mean near as much as the coaching news that we obviously got. And so, what are we going to talk about? Right? Are we going to talk about? Are we going to talk about the game? We should. That's what we do on this stream. Or are we going to talk about the head coaching? Well, everybody wants to talk about that too. So we'll probably do a little bit of both. What's up, everybody? Hope you're doing all right. Glad that I could get into this. Yeah, I know. I know we had no face. Corey, yes, but no. I'm gonna see if I can't. I'm gonna see if I can't get something recorded. But my work schedule has been hell on earth, and I'm about to leave to go on a cruise that'll keep me until next Monday. So we're figuring it out. Anyways, so let's start with some obvious stuff. All right, because I think it's sort of important. Okay, Caleb played pretty bad in this game. It's nice to know that the Bears are the kind of team, I guess, that can battle their way back into a game like this, even with a rookie looking very much like a rookie. And he did. We'll get into that. But I don't really want to make this. I think it's cool that Caleb had a solid statistical game. I think the statistical thing is fun. I'm completely serious. Like, call me a fan. I'm comfortable with that. But yeah, if Caleb Williams is going to be, look, somebody asked me earlier in the chat, what are Caleb's odds on rookie or winning offensive rookie of the year? I think personally that Caleb Williams could probably throw for 300 yards a game and 3 touchdowns a game, and he would still lose rookie of the year to Jaden Daniels or maybe Bo Nix. The guys have it locked up. They're going to make the playoffs. They've got a lot of wins under their belt. They've got solid statistical seasons too. Look, I'm just saying there's no real shot at Caleb winning O'Roy. So you've already got the number 1 overall pick who's put in what we thought was a pretty good situation. Didn't end up being a pretty good situation. But either way, if he's not going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, which doesn't really matter, right? And I'm with you, Bask, where I think Bowers is probably the best rookie. I think he should win it, if you ask me. And Blue, you say wins on a QB stat. The people voting for Offensive Rookie of the Year seem to think that they are. So this is less a matter of, I guess, who deserves it. It's never been about that, right? Puka Nacua won it, or I think Puka Nacua probably should have won it last year. Stroud had an amazing year. Nacua broke every record. So at what point is it just a QB award? It's where we are, right? Anyways, I say this just because Chicago Fanatic says Rookie of the Year is out the window, but if he can stand up to them in a losing season, heck, I'll take it knowing we have the guy. I'll be blunt. If Caleb was going to be the guy, he had to break a series of rookie records, right? He had to break the 11 touchdowns record, which he did. He had to break Mitch's yardage record, which he did. I understand that these are very, very low bars. Even throwing for 39, like 3,839 yards, is still not an exceptional season, according to NFL quarterbacking. But in the Chicago Bears, history, it's never been done. So, and plus, Ben, like you mentioned, broke the most throws without an interception. A lot of incompletions to do it. A couple dropped interceptions to get there. But, hey, a record's a record, right? And I say all of this just because it's like, I think it's important we own, going into watching the film of a game like this, that Caleb didn't look very good. Whether or not you care, that's totally your decision. The team seems as if it's generally falling apart, and I'll be blunt, it's not as if this is 10 men playing well and one rookie looking completely lost. It is cascade failure across the board, but that's pretty standard in Chicago, right? The only thing that I really get to do before the stream starts, and I want to, like I say get to because it's a privilege, okay? I am still so frustrated at this regime, at this organization, to be honest with you. I'm not trying to tell you that you have to be, but it is wild looking back at how much we wanted Flus gone to avoid exactly this. Here we are. Caleb Williams is going to get a second-year head coach. He's more than likely going to get a new offensive coordinator, even if that offensive coordinator is under Thomas Brown, which I guess would be like half of a new offensive coordinator. But they repeated the cycle again, which we all saw coming again. I didn't actually think that they'd have the guts to fire Flutes midseason, but if you follow me on Twitter, I didn't really think they had a choice. Like, after this last game, which ended so embarrassingly, you just didn't get, yo, Slim Jim, what's up? A lot of great options other than firing Flus. And the fact that that's what it took to let Matt Eberflus go after a coaching career that is extremely underwhelming from the head coaching perspective, to say the least, is pretty standard, right? And Demo, like you're saying, missing DJ, not good. There's a lot of mistakes in this game. There really are. I mean, it's not a good game. And it's nice that there are some good plays, but rookies go up, rookies go down. I watched the Broncos. I'll tell you what, look, this is just my opinion. All right. Feel free to disagree with me. I watch the Broncos and I see a team that's getting guys wide open, that's got a solid run game, that's defense can fire when it needs to. Typically, typically teams that play the Broncos aren't doing what Jameis Winston did. The 340 or 84 yards or something like that, maybe 400. I can't remember. Point is that Jameis Winston threw great against the Broncos. Most teams haven't. The Broncos have been kind of shuttering people, which is in and of itself really impressive. They are. I'm trying to point out the difference, if this makes sense, between one team that is playing really well around a rookie quarterback and a rookie quarterback that's rising to meet the moment. Jaden Daniels is Commanders playing really well around a rookie quarterback. The rookie quarterback, to be honest, in the early part of the season Jaden Daniels was leading that team. So massive kudos to Jaden, especially for the way that team started. In Chicago, Caleb's been inconsistent. Caleb has been a ball of talent that is still learning how to play the NFL game. I still have high hopes for him. I do. I think to not have high hopes for him is sort of to consign yourself to a couple of years of pretty bitter disappointment, right? But I do have high hopes for him. I just am so frustrated with the way that the organization has handled all of this and how many players the Bears have made me go from liking, I'm talking to you, DJ Moore, to really not liking on account of silly things like effort, let alone play on the football field. I am frustrated. Other franchises have fun. We don't. And we haven't for a while. I mean, it was nice. The most fun that we have had, I think, in the last couple of years when it came to actually watching football was watching Justin Fields lose games in the middle of the 2023 season. I mean, feel free to, or 2022 season. Tell me if you've seen anything else, right? Because at least right now, this has been a hard org to follow. And I've followed it for a while. And this has been, I would say, about as hard to watch as the 2020 season, which was just the epitome of lifelessness. And 2021, at least there was a young quarterback to think about. But 2020, it was like, well, this is written. And I think it's nice that Thomas Brown gets an audition at head coach. Good for him, right? That's great. I think that some Bears fans take it a little overboard, but I do think it's fun that there's a new head man in charge. That's something to look forward to. But 100% Austin, I'm talking about, just to be clear, Austin, when I talk about like hard to watch, I'm talking about like a sustained thing, right? Like we got the Panthers game and we got the Jaguars game, but was that it? Does 2 count? But so, Ben, you mentioned, let's see how the team reacts to his type of leadership. I agree. I mean, we got nothing to do but watch, right? Right, Ben? That's all we can do is turn the games on and keep an eye out. But I'll tell you that personally, it is, I think, in case you're one of the many out there that feels this way, I think it's okay to be fed up. I think it would be normal to be fed up. I think it is hard, honestly, to take this team seriously. Like, don't get me wrong, right? It is nice that they fired Flus, but do you feel like I do that the firing of Flus just confirmed that we completely wasted this year. And what a shame, because what a special year it could have been. What an important year I thought it was. So to have basically wasted it on the first coach that ever got fired mid-season, and nobody quite saw it coming like this. Not like this, but oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What a shame it is that it was this obvious. This obvious. I mean, that you had to have, in the last 6 weeks, 3 of probably the NFL's top 10, maybe top 5 losses this. No, that's not fair. The Commanders game was terrible. This last game was terrible. And sure, the Minnesota game was close, and the Packers game-winning field goal loss was not great for us Bears fans, but teams do lose on missed or blocked field goals. That happens. But the Hail Mary, and certainly running out of time with 30 seconds left on the clock, it's like that's atrocious. And like you're talking about in peril, Chicago, the Pats game just wasn't close, right? Or the Arizona game. Those games were bad, but they were just blowouts in that capacity. And so I look at this, it's like, I think it's been a tough team to watch. I think it has. And we're going to go through some stuff. One thing that I do have that I'm a little interested in, streams has truly just been fading, slowly but surely. I'm not trying to, be some kind of a problem. It's just like, watching these games on the broadcast is hard sometimes. Watching them back again and to get ready for the stream is not easy. Watching them a third time is not fun. And so I want to watch as much of the offense as I can because I think the people deserve to know, right? And then I honestly, part of me wants to just put on some San Francisco 49ers defensive tape. It'll be fun to watch the Bills offense, and I want to know if the 49ers are beatable. Because you should theoretically see like that fired coach bump. If you don't know about this, it's surprisingly common that the week after a coach that teams or that players don't like gets fired, the team rebounds and plays one of its best games of the year. So will that happen this year? I don't know. It's a tough game to do it, but Ben, it's honestly more about like defensive integrity. I could pull the other one where they got popped by the Packers if you want, but I don't really trust the Bears to mimic or to what imitate the Packers very well. Anyways, here's my problem. If we rebooted the staff, we were expecting everything to work smoothly, which if you've done anything in life, it never happens. No, I get you, Sean. I mean, the problem is, Sean, here's my take, right? In football, you are here to win. If you don't win, people ask you why you did what you did. Keeping Flus and then hiring new offensive coordinators, which you got to remember, now George has to pay out whatever Shane Waldron's contract was, among other contracts, if there's a new head coach and other people get fired, right? If at that point you have to pay all that buyout, then you have to admit that whatever you did choose to do was a colossal mistake, right? All that money says you made a mistake. And I'm not trying to say explicitly that the Bears made or that the Bears would have been so much better if they'd hired somebody else and then they'd come back, et cetera, et cetera. But you do have to win. And so when I look at that, it's like they didn't. Then they got fired. Now you've got a rookie quarterback who's going to have to go through multiple coaching tenures. Now you've got a rookie quarterback who, if you guys are watching, and you will, we got a rookie quarterback that's developing bad habits. Were they consistently bad habits? Have they remained bad habits? You be the judge. But at least right now, we're looking at everything going about as south as it can. And I personally don't love that, right? But it is where it is what it is. Bears open with play action. You've got DJ Moore on the corner route and Keenan Allen running like an over dig. At this point, I mean, do we need to do the Keenan thing? So Caleb pretty much stares right at Keenan the whole way. DJ might be open. I've seen a lot of people do this where they'll basically run a corner route into, it kind of looks like this. And trying to draw it with like a curl out, right? Because you'll see that it's all typically a conversion against too high or cloud in some cases. And you'll see the occasional quarterback just thread that. I have no idea if Caleb thinks that's open or cares. But clean pocket, dump it down to DeAndre Swift. DeAndre Swift gets 4 yards. That's that. Don't overthink it. I thought Darnell Wright and Braxton Jones both played really clean games. It's a darn shame that Wright is hurt because I think he's looked good. I think people keep making a real meal out of the Jalen Carter or Darnell Wright thing as if Darnell Wright is an easy tackle to replace. And I don't think he is. Anybody who says, at least in my opinion, that Darnell Wright is completely average or whatever hasn't watched enough tackles. A lot of them are awful. It reminds me of how many Bears fans don't like centers. And they don't. I don't like the Bears centers, but the more centers I watch, the more I'm amazed at how unspectacular they are. So, anyways, the Bears are going to run towards the right. Cole Kmet's going to just hard whiff a block. Big, massive, man. Like you in some of these cases, it's easy for the guy in my position to point at one player and say, wow, that one player really blew it. And it's rarely that simple. But in a case of a play like this, where you've got a little set of combo blocks that are working their way up, it looks like a form of a zone run. You've got Kmet who arcs way too far out of 43's frame. He's looking at the ball. He doesn't have the snap count, completely loses him. And 43 gets into the backfield, blows this play up. And it doesn't and probably doesn't help that Mercedes Lewis can't get in front of 93 over there. But the moment you get that kind of penetration, the play is over. Yeah, no kidding, Blue Dragon. It's tough where Kmet has been, I think, a much better receiver, but he's become a one-way player. I don't personally trust him at the point of attack, but I don't know. Right, Matt? And that's always a tough look when the player joins a podcast and ends up when the player gets a podcast, joins a podcast, and then ends up underperforming. I always think that's tough. So this, in my opinion, is your typical rookie moment. There are going to be some people who are going to hate this a lot more than me, right? But Caleb has been so conservative, and his deep ball has, frankly, been so bad that it's an interesting choice to run this on third down. Bears get man. They've got DJ Moore in motion. The hope would be that Rome Odunze can try to get some kind of a pick or a rub for 21. And if not, you've got a speedy receiver that just flies into open space, right? So Caleb choosing this route on third and third and 5, is certainly a little weird. So let's take a look at the rest of the field. What if he had just worked over the middle? Well, Keenan Allen is boxed. Cole Kmet's getting open. So maybe if we hang on him, we get something. But we've got pressure that's coming down the pipe that tells us we probably got to get rid of the ball. The biggest problem with this play, if you ask me, is, first of all, tell me if you see what I see. But when DJ turns around like this, I'm not convinced he's running full speed. You're going to have a hard time here. I'll show it to you in slow motion. I have a hard time being convinced that this is as fast as DJ Moore goes. That specific slowdown right there, where we're full gate, we slow down. Oh shoot, he actually threw me the ball. And if we're any further, then we might be able to turn around and box out the safety. But, quick thing to point out, the safety shouldn't be there. Caleb takes one look. Does he take any look at all? No. Pre-snap, Caleb decides that this is a single high safety. And when he does that, he immediately looks at DJ Moore and only at DJ Moore. Kirby Joseph has already moved from here to here. Caleb has to hold this safety. This is how hard NFL quarterback is. I think it's a defensible decision to choose DJ Moore. I think Caleb makes a defensible throw, but you have to work this middle of the field to hold the safety, because if you don't, a good safety will nearly take your guy out of the game. That is an unacceptable hit. That is Honestly, that is an unacceptable hit to lay up for one of your $20 million receivers. And you can say whatever you want about DJ's effort, et cetera, et cetera. I do think if DJ gets to the ball a little earlier, he has an opportunity to protect himself rather, like, for instance, Donald, if DJ, instead of, well, let's see if I can draw a stick figure here. Ooh, wrong stick figure. If DJ, instead of doing that, looks more like that, then you can protect yourself against the bump, right? So if we're a little further, I do think there are ways to catch this football and help out your rookie quarterback, but you got to hold the safety too. So I think that it's one of those where quarterback is hard, and it's like we get the decision, not so bad. The throw, not so bad. The execution, bad enough to invalidate these two. That's quarterbacking for you. Good lesson to learn, but like Draco's talking about, if you throw the ball sooner, like if you throw it now, then I think you can get it there. If you look over the middle of the field because you want to wait this long, I think you can get it there. It ends up being a hospital ball, and and that's just not acceptable. Could DJ have made a better play on it? Sure, but unfortunately, that's this Bears game. Like, not just DJ, but basically it's a collection of mistakes, and nobody plays well enough to really lead much. But boy, howdy, that just doesn't work. I am also pretty much Ben Johnson or bust. Before anybody asks, I think settling for less is a damn shame, right? Like, call me specific or maybe close-minded, right? Normally, I like to think I'm pretty open-minded about solutions. You guys saw me really try to give Flust a god-honest chance, right? But at least this is assuming, John, that McVay, Shanahan, frankly, even Stefanski, and probably McDaniel, though I'm iffy on McDaniel. I love Mike McDaniel. I love what Mike McDaniel represents so much. I am legitimately concerned that Mike McDaniel doesn't coach his guys to have a physical mentality. And for most NFL quarterback, or for most NFL coaches, that's just not a concern. That's something that I think is silly to bring up a lot, right? But in McDaniel's case, when it gets cold, they play like the team from Miami. And I don't think that works. I don't think that works over time. And the results in the playoffs, it's just not just Tua, in my opinion. But I love McDaniels. Like, if the Bears signed Mike McDaniel and wanted him to coach for him, I'd be stoked about it. If he doesn't, then there you go. J Mass asks, and if Ben Johnson doesn't want to come here, then what? Figure it out. I mean, I think that the other options are just a drastic step down, if you ask me, J Mass. Ben Johnson is, in my opinion, as proven as an offensive coordinator turned head coach is going to be, and I think that every other option is some form of hoping that he's the next Kevin O'Connell. And hey, he might be. It's always hard to read coaches. I don't want to pretend like that's easy, right? Finding the next Matt LaFleur, finding the next Kevin O'Connell, maybe it's Thomas Brown, right? But I do think that you got to be wary for retreads, if you ask me, because it's never as simple as some people want to make it. But also, I think that because Blue, you mentioned Ben Johnson with the best O-line compared to the Bears' offensive line. I would be shocked if Ben didn't ask for it, right? There's an element of where do you place your priority? And Ben and the Lions clearly place theirs on offensive line, which I think is incredibly key, right? Like, let me ask you this, okay, Blue? I agree. Bears offensive line isn't the Lions offensive line. But if I told you that Ben Johnson was going to show up in Chicago and demand that the Bears upgraded at offensive line in key ways, would you be so upset about that? I doubt you would be. If anything, I think you'd say, hell yeah, I'm glad we hired Ben, right? But so at least when I look at this, look, Donald, I know you'll throw this around a lot because I think, Donald, you've brought this up in other subjects. This is Donald Gooch, by the way. Head coaching right now is almost solved. It's not quite. There are plenty of exceptions, right? But it is almost solved because the overwhelming majority of good hires these days come from one line of thinking. Not just one tree, but one line of thinking, and that is an offensive mindset. And you'll get some guys like John Harbaugh, very good coach. You'll get some guys like Dan Campbell. Hey, technically he is an offensive mindset, but more of a culture guy. You can count him for your narrative if you want to. I'll leave him on the outside. You got Sean Payton, who is an offensive mindset, but he's a retread. So it is technically still an outlier because right now, these Broncos, honest to goodness, firing. I didn't think we were going to get this. I doubt you did either. But suddenly, the Broncos trading for Sean Payton actually looks actually looks like a solid trade. Somebody asked me earlier about Kyle Shanahan. I really don't know if there's if there's a too much that you can pay for Kyle Shanahan. I mean, if you told me that the Bears were going to pay a first-round pick and a third-round pick for Kyle Shanahan, I'd say I am seriously thinking about it because the future dividends that you might get for that are just insane, aren't they? I mean, one first-round player is great. Never don't take me seriously with something like that. But at the same time, what Shanahan does to an entire roster is hard to not focus on. I don't think the Niners would ever give him up. I think they would just be silly to do it. I think they would just be silly to do it. But if they considered it, I would certainly consider it. Razi, you mentioned pure speculation, but do I think that if Stafford retires, McVay would want to leave? I think McVay has proven to me, Razi, that he likes the challenge. But I don't know if Kyle still likes San Francisco. Like, clearly, McVay likes Los Angeles. Let's just be clear about that. He clearly is into this. But I don't know if Kyle is enjoying his time in San Francisco as the wheels fall off. Never easy to tell, right? But we don't know what ownership meetings are like there. We don't know whether or not or how he feels about Purdy. We don't know what he's thinking about the future of the team. We don't know if he thinks that these guys have gotten too big for their britches or maybe that his time has expired, right? I've got no idea. I've got no idea. If Kyle left, I think that'd be the only reason he did, is because he did not want to remain in San Francisco, and the Niners said, fine, we'll take what we can get for him then. But that's really the only comparison. McVay doesn't seem to want to do it. And Kevin Stefanski just got hired or just got re-extended very recently. Khalid, you mentioned, hear me out, Mike Vrabel offense run through Gene T. We back to what, right? Like, let me ask you this, Khalid, because I think it's key, okay? Look, if you've been on Twitter at all, you know that I'm talking a lot about how I think that the Vrabel idea is just silly, right? Vrabel is a good coach, okay? But we act like he coached for 14 seasons in Philadelphia and went to a Super Bowl. He coached for 6 seasons. 3 of them were losing seasons. 2 of them were losing seasons. 3 of them he won less than 10 games. That's honestly not a great argument. But the point is that for as many people are telling me that 3 of them were losing seasons. Never mind. No, I get you, Khalid. I know you're kidding. But to talk about the Vrabel thing, even just briefly. Oh my goodness. Okay, good. No. For a minute, I looked at the stream, which was on delay, and was like, "Oh my goodness, am I that behind?" Anyways, Derek, you mentioned Vrabel keeps getting offensive coaches poached, and yeah, that's life with a defensive oriented head coach, right? But so we are good. Okay, good. I was so worried with this, but so anyways, Evan, I hear what you mean. Evan, if you're still around, I think I don't think the chat needs to be necessarily unmoderated, but I also welcome disagreement. This is totally just a me in the chat thing, but I don't want it to feel like an echo chamber, right? I want you guys to feel like you can freely challenge each other as long as you're respectful. And generally, I've seen Chris actually stay on the right side of this. Now, Chris, don't test me. I have put you in timeout before, and I will do it again. But so long as we can all stay respectful of each other, disagree as much as you want. And JMS, LaFleur was the Vrabel's first OC. And then you had Arthur Smith, who got hired. And then it was hard to find a third one, right? Chicago, you're absolutely right. I think Belichick's the worst option. Somebody asked earlier about Todd Monken. I don't know what to tell you. right? The problem is that the more that I've sat and thought uh about Liam Cohen, I like Cohen a lot, but I want to see multiple years of offensive coordination to make me feel better about the Bears' current hire, right? Cohen might be a star. We thought that Bobby Slowick would be a star, and then we gave him another year, and it turns out that he might have been carried by CJ Stroud and Nico Collins because now their run game was bad, then it got worse, and the offense is cratering from the inside. And watching that is like, oh, that's tough. And I think Cohen did a remarkable job at Kentucky. I actually think that offense was a lot of fun. But if you're talking about a head coach, then or if you're talking about you like Liam Cohen, the the Ravens run one of the most fun offenses in football right now, and Lamar is winning as a passer, and Todd Monken has multiple offensive coordination stops, including the, what was it, like mid 2010s Buccaneers, where they were quite solid. Catch you later, Alexander. Then he went and coached head coach at a university in Southern Miss that never had, or that hadn't won a game the season before he took over. They did not win a billion games, but they won something. So you've got some evidence that he can build a program up. And I understand that there are plenty of people who don't want a 58-year-old. Like, it's very possible, like you're saying, Khalid, maybe it is as simple as Monken and Brady got carried by their quarterbacks. I would love to see Monken come to Chicago and get carried by his quarterback. I would like to see the Chicago Bears have a quarterback that does carrying. Wouldn't you? But I don't know. I heard somebody mention earlier, well, he's just like Fangio. And I'm like, well, Fangio couldn't score. Like, Fangio went to the Broncos and his defense was awesome. So does that mean that if he's offensive Fangio, that he comes to the Bears and the offense is awesome? Because I could dig that. And they'll figure it out on defense. But honestly, I've seen one bad Bears defense in my life. Like, maybe it's just me, okay? Could just be bias. Really could be. But I have seen one legitimately bad defense in my life, and that was the Mel Tucker Bears defense. There have been flashes of this Bears defense is awful, and then they just figure it out for reasons that I can't understand. How did they stop Ben Johnson for the near entire second half of this game? I don't know. I have no idea. Matt Walton, good point. The 2022 Bears defense was very putrid. Man, I stopped watching that one too. Here, be right back. Let me see. The Mark Trestman defense was not good. Yes. Worthwhile to see if it's the players failing the scheme or scheme being read by Flus. Agreed. Let's see. Nowhere else to throw besides run. Hang on. Rob, what the F happened to Coleman Shelton? Why is he good all of a sudden? That one, surprisingly easy. Actually, that guy, that's as simple as most centers are pretty bad. Right. And so when people stopped squaring up like a really good defensive tackle against Coleman Shelton, he started playing acceptable football. He was also off to just a really horrible start. So now all he is the speed bump, but that's what most centers are. Like, okay, so when I did a semester at one point, I basically audited a semester with the Scouting Academy because Jeff Burkus didn't want to do the whole thing by himself, which, nice. And at one point they had me scout Bradley Bozeman, the Raiders center the Ravens center, who had just got let go and they got signed by the Carolina Panthers. And I realized all of a sudden that dude can't move at all. He's considered a league average center according to anybody. And I'm not trying to dunk on Bradley Bozeman. He's strong enough at the point of attack, but he's got feet made of cement. And that was when I really realized that almost all centers have a major limitation. Coleman Shelton is one of the ones that can move. If he can move, he cannot handle planting his feet. If a center can handle planting his feet, typically he can't move, and you get one of those two choices. It's very rare you get a Joe Tipman. It's very rare you get almost anything, or almost any center that's like legitimately good at football. I mean, that's part of what makes that's part of what makes the guys like, what's the word? The guys like Jason Kelsey, the guys like Creed Humphrey. It's part of what makes them so good is that there are almost none of the other centers, Tyler Linderbaum, that are legitimately trustworthy. And then you throw a Jeff Simmons at Tyler Linderbaum and he gets mugged too. Like it's not that easy to play center. It really isn't. And most importantly, you got to remember, okay, what do you call a center that can displace people in the run game? Sort of a niche football joke. Okay? I'll ask it again. What in a different way? What do you call a center that can move people in the run game? Thank you, Eric. You picked up on it immediately. A guard. As soon as you can actually do something, you play one of the other positions. And you're a center that's got good enough feet and good enough length to handle people out on the edge. You're a tackle. You're a center that's got short arms but can move people in the run game. You're a guard. No, Katie, I liked it. I liked calling him a mauler. Like, you're right. That is definitely what some people call him. But the bit here is that when a team wants to save at center or save on the offensive line at any point, they typically don't pay much for their center because you can't pay all 5 positions. But so, anyways, so in my opinion, let's keep talking through this Bears offense a little. It's messy. Ben, you mentioned Joe Brady isn't the worst possible option. I think Joe Brady's probably fine. I am wary of the fact that Joe Brady has do you feel like he's had more successful stints than like just Buffalo? Because I feel personally like Josh Allen is playing so freely right now, and the Bills' offense, I like their personnel better than some, where it's like, hey, what they've got going for them works, and that's good. And so I think Joe Brady's a solid choice, but all of his good offenses really did have talent that was that great. Like, I remember, to use an example, Ben, if you can remember where Joe Brady made his name, right? You go all the way back and you look at exactly J-Mass, LSU, where they had Joe Burrow, they had Justin Jefferson, they had Jamar Chase, and I believe they had more skill talent than just that. But I look at a team like that and I say to myself, I think I could draw up a passing offense that would have succeeded. Kudos to Joe Brady for building out one of the best college offenses to ever hit the field, right? But that always is going to give me pause when it's that stacked. Like, when the offense is that good, you're talking about the current probably 2 top receivers in football, and a guy who, even if I am lower than some on Joe Burrow, we can get into that another time, but you're still talking about a top 8 NFL quarterback, absolute minimum. And when you deal with all that, I'm like, oh, wow. And you pass the ball against college kids? Yeah, I guess don't color me shocked, right? Anyways, so I say all this just to really walk the whole thing out. Let's see. I need a little caffeine to plow through this. Anyways, Khalid mentions that he wants me to say Thomas Brown didn't have a very good game. Dude, nobody did, right? It's not as if the offense... Can we just be real here? This game, whether or not you want to pin it on whoever you want to pin it on, I'm going to tell you right now, do whatever you want. But this game looked like a game on a short week, don't you think? And it looked like one team that has handled game planning a lot and another team that was in the middle of flux, because the quick game to Thursday made it look like they weren't ready. It looked like they hadn't nailed half their coaching points. Y'all, I've never seen the Bears try to run mesh ever, at least not this season. And then they ran it like 5 times in this game, and Kmet only hit the block like once. So I'm not trying to tell you, like, I think the more that this season has gone on, the more I keep starting to get back to the concept of like, this whole team is such a mess to watch play football that I have a hard time holding any one game in too high a regard. Where here they get a decent run. Mercedes Lewis gets absolutely blown up on the other side, but kudos to DeAndre Swift. He's quick in the open field and makes it work. 100%, Eric. I mean, Sean McVay loves Thomas Brown, and hey, Thomas Brown's the head coach. So if he makes himself indispensable, I guess good for him. Like, if Thomas Brown does such a good job with the next 5 games, I don't know what that looks like, right? But if Thomas Brown does such a good job that to fire him would cause a near locker room mutiny, dude, good for you. I don't know what to say, right? I am a dude sitting sitting in a chair that can tell you about what happened on the All-22, but that's the skin of it. So I look at this and I say to myself, like, whatever the Bears choose, at the end of the day, can I be honest with you guys? Like, Ben Rosenblum could get called into action as the Bears head coach next season. And you know what, Ben? If you deliver me 35 wins over the next 4 years, congrats, dude. Or let me see, was that a decent number? No, never mind. I want more than 5 wins or 35 wins, at least across 4 seasons. Like, if the Bears hire anybody, let's say that the Bears hire Mike Vrabel, who I think sounds kind of lame, or maybe they hire Liam Cohen, who I'm not 100% certain is ready, or maybe, okay, here's probably the best example. If the Bears hire Cliff Kingsbury, right? And Cliff Kingsbury rocks up to Chicago and they win 9 to 12 games for the next 4 years in a row. Whatever. Give me something to root for crying out loud. Like, that's all I'm saying is I'm exhausted of all of the losing. I mean, I'm sure you guys are too, but it's funny because, okay, I'm sure y'all felt this way. My heart wasn't even all that ripped out. Y'all, we're being very revisionist, but I think this is a very key week to be talking about this, and I bet you agree. After 2023, where the Bears found so many creative ways to just lose out of nowhere, I would be lying to you if I said that the Hail Berry hit me as hard as some people wanted to make it sound, right? Like, oh, Ben, we'll get there. Hang on, we'll get to that one. Like, this Detroit game, I think, was a little different, but that's just me, okay? But the Hail Mary, Bears have been finding ways to lose. I kind of wasn't too shocked. I actively laughed when the week after the Hail Mary, what was it, Isaiah Guerrero runs around the right-hand side for 51 yards right at the end of the first half. I laughed out loud because I thought it was hilarious. The Packers field goal block got to the point where I got that one tipped to me because I think I saw Brad Biggs tweet right before it happened. But it's not like I was surprised, right? Because this is what the Bears have done. And then they get to this one, and Ben, the fact that they go from the 25 to the 35 to the 40 to running out of time with a timeout in the pocket was incompetence at a level that I'm not sure most middle school coaches would suffer a loss like that. Like, that was a special loss, mostly because I think I saw some stat that was like, the Bears are the first team in about 2,000 games to be in that opportunity and like to have the ball within the 25-yard line with a timeout in your pocket and lose the game. And it's like, like you're saying, Ben, it had to happen to get rid of Flus now. So maybe a year from now, Ben, we'll be looking at this and saying, I guess it was worth it. But there was something about, is this really what it took? It took one of the worst losses that you could fathom. It took a loss that if you had told your brother or sister about it, they would have told you, that's ridiculous. Like, what are you making stuff up for? Like, it was wild looking at what it took to blow that game. But they found a way to do it, didn't they? And I think I just don't like that that's what has become the standard for the Bears. I mean, lest we forget, it's not that long ago that everybody clowned on a good Montez Sweat trade because the Bears did it. Do we disagree at this point? I'm not normally the media bias guy, okay? Normally, I'm the guy who's going to sit here and tell you, well, the Bears kind of earned it, right? But that one in particular, the Bears got clowned on because the Bears did it. And it's fun to clown on the Bears because they're wrong all the time. And that's the bit, right? And I hate that that's the bit. I hate that the Bears are a bit org where, oh, well, they did something? Let's just laugh about it because it's probably wrong. And I would love it if the Bears were, I don't know, a normal football team. The whole division's having fun but us, right? But anyways, let's get through this as quickly as we can. And I hear you, Donald. I do think that Tevin Jenkins in that moment, like, I get it. I'm sure there are some people that are out there like, oh, that's not so bad. But or with the Tev penalty, pretty much anything where you rip a guy's helmet off in that situation, probably don't. I'm not the biggest fan of that, right? Coach, I'll have to take a look at the free agency stuff when we get to free agency. Right now, I just don't focus on it. I'd be lying if I told you otherwise. Is that okay? So on a play like this, you get Keenan Allen pushed this way. You've got a 2-on-1 screen for Rome Odunze, but you got to catch pre-snap what's going on, okay? This is where motion and defense matters. We see this player. We see this one right here. You see how he follows Keenan Allen. What does that mean, okay? That means we're in man coverage. So what happens now that we're in man coverage? Razzie, I play a bunch of Here's the Storm. That's where that comes from. So if we're in man coverage, it means that this guy right here who's in press man doesn't actually need to be blocked. At least not like this one does, because this one is watching DJ more like a hawk, meaning that if you're going to block the MDM, the most dangerous man, you need to take this guy out and give your tackle a chance to go get this one, because otherwise this guy's going to blow up the play. Rome blocks the guy in front of him. He takes a look at this one right here, but he thinks he can do like a release into the outside corner. He can't. 29 gets to DJ, trips him up, and the moment he trips him up, the play honestly probably wouldn't have gotten very far anyways. I do think that it's primarily a mental mistake by Rome Odunze. It sure doesn't help anything that, what is this, Matt Pryor can't get a piece of the only Lions defender in space. The tackle box. Who's there? Only this one. And nobody blocks him, which doesn't make any sense to me, but that's this team. That's it. And Damo, I hear you on Wright isn't getting to branch. At least Wright might have a shot at it, because if DJ isn't tripped, then DJ can try to navigate a little bit of space. Use the fact that you got a blocker. Do something. Or don't do any of that. And instead, leave me explaining that, yeah, you've got a rookie mistake by a wide receiver, but it also doesn't matter because that just wasn't the only mistake on the field. So we go first down run into second down loss into third down. Hooray, we're on third down. We're going straight drop back, no less. And we get a nice little play. But did you see what happened? Sweet, first down. What? There's a flag on the play. Yeah. So the Bears are running a mesh-like. It looks to me, realistically, like this is actually a screen option, right? Like you've got Gerald Everett over here, and he looks like he's sitting in a blocking position. You've got Keenan Allen ripping over this side of the field, and then you've got Cole Kmet setting a pick on this side. But boy, howdy, Case. Like, I don't know what's going on with Cole Kmet. But it's one thing to be a poor blocker. It's another thing to just hit somebody straight down the line. Like, you can't do this. And moreover, kudos to the linebacker, I guess. The moment that the linebacker flails and falls like this, yeah, that flag's coming out every single time. Cole can't, I mean, all Cole has to do, all he's got to do is just turn around. Just run, turn, hands out, right? I don't want to make it sound like it's easy, but you can't do this, right? Maybe he's trying to bluff him. Maybe he's trying to get into this situation and then like give him a little bit of the woo and then like bounce out of the way, but you cannot do that. That's the part where if he's going to bluff him, then this planted foot right here and leaning down to get a piece of him. Oh my goodness. You can't do that. This isn't winning football. All he has to do is plant that right foot, step in the way, look direct back at the quarterback, and offer your hands and get lit up. But he doesn't do that. He just slams into this guy. Like, he slams into this, and it's tough. Brutal. There's not even much to say, at least in my opinion. It seems like it's a screen set with the way that Darnell gets out there, and kudos to Darnell for being active. But you just can't foul in a position like that. It's a bad foul. So then 3rd and 13. Goodness. The Lions had no fear at all. Like, the coverages that they're running, they are just not worried about who the Bears are. This is where Caleb gets out to the sidelines and ultimately just throws it away. So what do we have within structure, right? We've got Rome Odunze and Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen's running an out route. He's bracketed. There's nothing there. Chances are that while this is a tight window, at least it would have been an okay option if Caleb doesn't get pushed the way that he does. By pushed, I guess I mean pressured, right? Just because you take a look at where that was in the play, we get to the top of our drop, and 99's already on us. What happened to Jenkins on this play? Honestly, he just got smoked. Kudos to 99. Like, that is a sweet move. Silky, silky smooth move. I really want to watch it again, honestly. Like, Blue, you mentioned can't handle a stunt. This is a one-on-one block. I mean, it's made to look like a stunt, but that's a one-on-one blocking situation. So, kudos Caleb for not getting sacked. Like, solid movement there, but I also don't want to overrate stepping up in the pocket, right? He takes a good, it's an athletic move, but it kills our ability to throw, throws off our timing. We don't check it down. We look for some kind of play down the field. Honestly, everybody's bracketed. Like, Kmet is strapped. Rome is getting driven on. You throw that ball, he's losing his head, right? And so Caleb gets to the sidelines, flicks the ball out of bounds. Nothing wrong with it, but a darn shame that you deal with pressure like that. Honestly, until like the fourth quarter, and specifically that last drive with Larry Borum, you really don't see a lot of pressure like that. Kudos to the Bears offensive lines, and especially the tackles, for delivering a pretty good day. Not perfect, right? But an NFL normal day for as far as pass protection goes, which is nice. I mean, Bears haven't had a ton of that. Bummer that Caleb did not deliver much, given those opportunities. But, that is what it is. That's me, Jordan. The guy who would like to do something that works. To me, Donald, the worst part about Larry's performance, without getting too ahead of myself, man, this is actually a really good little combo block. Like, watching Tev and Coleman Shelton, they do a great job of 2-2. Like, that's perfect. The obvious problem being that Cole comes around to take this guy in the hole, and he gets met with 32, also crashing into the hole. And then Keenan Allen can't get in front of him, but Keenan Allen was never going to, based on the formation alignment. So Cole, in attempting to get a piece of any of them, gets a piece of pretty much none of them. And that is what it is. Jordan, I'm not trying to tell you, unless you're about to tell me you think Vrabel is awful, I'm not trying to tell you that I think Vrabel is bad. Vrabel is every hire I have ever seen the Bears try to sell me. A guy who got fired for good reason, but we're going to bring him in and things are going to be different anyways, because this guy knows defense, and hot damn, does he get his players to work so hard. And people are like, well, okay, but he's a good coach with a good record. And I'm like, yes, yeah, he is. But it's just such a stale org, in my opinion, if you do that. Like, Jim Harbaugh came from an offensive background. I could dig Jim. I didn't even love the idea of Jim Harbaugh, but I'd be able to sleep at night if the Bears did Jim Harbaugh. If the Bears hired Mike Vrabel, I'm just so bored. I'm just so bored with a decision like that. Now you're still on the offensive coordinator revolving door. Now you're still dealing with a bunch of meatball fans going, oh, defense, Monsters of the Midway, gotta buy new season tickets, gotta get a new Monsters of the Midway lunchbox. Yeah, grinder, lunch pail, Chicago way, score 40 points. Like, give me an offense that wins the way Detroit does. I'm so jealous of Lions fans because they were awful for 2 decades, and they have somehow beat us to fun football. I mean, how did we do this? How did this happen? That the Lions have gotten what we wanted, right? I'm not frustrated at all. Kudos to Bears fans. We are a loyal bunch. Okay, so you tell me what you think of a play like this, right? Oh yeah, sure, Jordan, 100%. But he hired a solid dude. Anyways, so see, Ben, I actually think it's both. Or I think it's only one or the other. Like Falco, etc. Everybody's going to talk about bad decision. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a vaguely bad decision. Y'all, everybody wanted people, or everybody asked for Caleb to do this. Like, John, you mentioned that this is piss poor effort. I had a chat full of people demanding that you do this, right? That you make a one-on-one ISO throw, that you just loft the ball out there and let your wide receiver one go get this ball, right? I had so many people telling me, well, why would you move on from that? What does this play call ultimately do? It isolates a ton of space for your guy to go win, right? He doesn't win. And it's not impossible to win in these scenarios, but I think more makes it look impossible. And the defense, like, I think the defender plays it really well too. Like, the defender number 0 does a great job of taking away that inside leverage and playing a bracket pretty much perfectly. So you got that going for you, right? And as far as Caleb goes, like, take a look at when Caleb's letting this go. We're letting this go as Moore starts to make the turn. So this feels to me, okay, my opinion, this feels to me like the kind of play that you look at with the quarterback and you say, well, you did your job. I'm not saying that, or they called a great coverage for this. And at the end of the day, we called this so one guy would win and you threw it to the one guy on time. I want more stuff like this. Obviously, I don't want it to be a near interception. Obviously, right? But we get to later in the game where Caleb won't take one hitch and throw a decent ball, right? Like, we get to later in the game where Caleb gets to the top of his drop and then he's squarely this way and then he moves a little bit that way and then he throws a no chance ball to somewhere that it's off time, right? It's not on schedule. It's not in time. It doesn't work, right? This ball I can live with. Maybe you get a receiver to run this that can win it. Like maybe Roma Dunze, who can win it. What are we doing? Why is DJ running that, right? Is it the $23 million? Like, is it the $23 million? Or is it the fact, because when I look personally at, we're going to run an out route against what we think is man, but we're not sure, then maybe you want the 6'4" guy who can reach over a defender, right? Maybe you want the guy who is maybe the current fastest running receiver on the Bears because this guy won't run anymore, right? And MJ, I hear you, but he's got a right to his area. Like, 0 doesn't play the ball, but he pretty much stands still and he looks at the ball. That's all he's got to do, right? And John, you mentioned move tall, like stand in the pocket, move off of DJ. To where? We're bracketed. We're gone. You're running if you're moving off of him because this is your only reasonable option. Maybe you could throw it out here for a 0-yard gain. And that's not me trying to overly defend Caleb. You just don't have any options on this play. Like, we've got Keenan Allen bracketed, we've got DJ Moore bracketed, and we've got a check down over here. You're probably running. So I don't mind the throw in time. I want more throws in time, on schedule, looking normal, right? But instead, we've got Caleb trying to tie the cape too tight a lot in this football game when I would rather the Bears lose on plays like this. And maybe TB. Ben, I also personally, if it was a Bears DB, I would say I hate that that's DPI. Like, Terrion Arnold does have a right to his space. But so, anyways, now we go to what, 3rd and 2? Hey, Prabhat, thank you. So, yeah, this is bad twice, if you ask me. So, it's a fairly weird play, at least as I've seen it. Like, what they get to looks like it vaguely makes sense, but you've got Cole Kmet running this, like, interior. It's basically smash over here, and then what is it? Keenan sitting over the ball, and then I can't remember what these two do, but at the end of the day, Caleb reads it on this side of the field. I believe that you're going to read it Cole, then you're going to come down to either Keenan or more than likely you would check it down. And the problem that I have is that I think either of these are better options than what Caleb decides to do. What Caleb does do, almost works, I guess, but Keenan's open for a first down. If we can get back to Keenan, and I would like to think we can, because we're either looking at this flat where we should throw it, if you ask me, or we're looking at this corner, which I think we should know that we can't throw because we've got a DB sitting right there, right? But Caleb honestly, Caleb just looks to me like he gets frazzled in the pocket. He stares at Keenan Allen, and I think you can fit this in. It's third down. I'm not trying to, sell anybody on hospital balls, but I've seen Justin Herbert, etc., throwing off a lot of them. Then Caleb works to his left, and he gets Rome Odunze wide open on a throw that, while very difficult, is something that I think we drafted Caleb to make, right? And he doesn't make it. Really ugly play, if you ask me. I think you can throw the flat. I think you should. If not, you work to Keenan. And I think you can make this throw and fit it into this window. Instead, Caleb seems, not to freak anybody out, but Caleb seems to feel 69 working over Darnell Wright and just immediately ducks and gets worried about taking a hit. Past a certain point, you can't. It's great to be a pocket mover. It is. And we've seen Caleb be tough and make a throw earlier in the season, but he got hit, I think, so many times that now he is too sensitive to his to the next coming hit. And yeah, it's good that he gets out of the pocket, but if we're going to do this, we got to hit it. And we don't. We twinge it, the ball sails on us, and if we catch it, it's a first down, but it's not. Like you're saying, Falco, I agree. He gets hit a lot, and they add up. I think if he comes off this one hitch up to Keenan right here, he's good. He's got a completion. And for sure, Donald, it is a hard throw. Absolutely. I never want to act like NFL quarterback is easy, right? And can't say this enough, you're talking to somebody who's pretty frustrated. I also think that I could hammer Caleb. I could tell you that Caleb played an atrocious game, which I think is a step too far. I think it's a bad game, right? I think you can play worse, but I think it's a bad game. It's one game. I've seen a lot of good quarterbacks play bad games. I've seen a lot of bad quarterbacks play good games. They happen, right? Especially on Thursday. Whether Thanksgiving, say what you will. Yeah, Patriots is way worse, right? No, I know, right, Donald? More to say that, in my opinion, whatever you think, it's a data point. Let me see, Rob. What do you mean? Or not Rob, Ben. What do you mean? What do you disagree with, right? And Erothic, I don't think they were. Like, Ben, you mentioned that you think he had a bad half. I think he had good plays within a bad game, right? He amassed some solid yardage, but I think his yards per attempt tell or at least the story that I'm getting at. Plus, I think that the Lions got so hurt that they left a bunch of yardage on the field. I'm not trying to freak out about it. Like, for instance, I am a little surprised that in some of these, no, we've got a corner sitting on it. I can understand this one. There are some later in the game where less so, but here we hitch, we get to Cole Kmet. Say what you will, like Falco mentions, on a play like this, we took a look, we got back to the throw over the middle, and sat it down. John, my only thought when you say something like that is that I think both sides take it too far. I really do, right? Where I see some people act like he is a fifth-year veteran right now. He's a rookie. I think rookies are awful, right? But then there are other people that act like because he's a rookie, we can never say that he plays poorly, which he has fairly often so far this season. You can do both, right? But so, Bunnery, I think that at the end of the day, Caleb delivered a lot of important plays. Like, don't hear me try to tell you that I think Caleb was bad and therefore the clutch thing didn't happen. But I also think that there were a lot of opportunities that the Bears had earlier in the second half, even in the end of even at the end of the game, where had he made just another play, Le- no, Jordan. I think they're awful. But who knows? Maybe I've watched too much Bears football. Braxton gets his feet tangled here. There are a lot of Braxton haters that I've seen that are looking at this play and trying to tell me this is who Braxton is. I see Braxton get bull rushed all the time. I have not seen Braxton click his feet together and get dunked most of the time. I mean, he clearly gets his left foot caught, steps on it himself, and just gets crushed. Yeah, it's a bad rep, and he gets called for holding. So, just a disaster rep for Braxton Jones, which is, it's fine. There again, there are gonna be plenty of people that are gonna get plenty pissed at it, but yeah, that's the thing, Bunnery. Like, Bunnery mentioned something that I think is important. All right, right now, I'm trying to give you a decent film grade. Okay, we're gonna go through the film, and I'm gonna try to let me see. Yeah, Ryan, right, or Steven, I just read that. Anyways, let me put my thoughts together. Bunnery said something that I want to get at because I'm not trying to sit here and make you feel bad one way or another. Right now, I'm trying to give you a fairly neutral film grade. Okay. So less emotion, less Bears fan, more like, how did Caleb play? It's not great. Okay. There are NFL quality moments. There are some really good moments. The touchdown throw to Keenan Allen is really, really nice. The touchdown throw to DJ Moore is really, really nice. Working back to Keenan Allen on the other touchdown throw, really, really nice. There are good moments in this game. Don't let me tell you anything else, right? But I do want to address Bunnery, like you're mentioning, like, okay, Caleb's rookie curve. You know, I've seen not every, but plenty of rookie quarterbacks that, especially when they're surrounded by a bad situation, do not play particularly well. Caleb looks extremely uneven. I see, so far, flashes of a very good player in almost every single game since that week 1 and 2. Since then, I feel like we have seen something that you could build on in almost every football game that Caleb Williams has played. But it's been pretty tough just knowing that he's doing this in a year where all of the rookies are playing quite well. And so at least all the rookies that are playing, okay, all the first round rookies. So that's Bo Nix, and that's Bo Nix, that's Drake May, who I think has looked resilient in the face of a bad Patriots team, and that's Jaden Daniels. Obviously, he looks really legitimately good. And you could say what you will about all their situations, about how easy Jaden has it, et cetera, et cetera. At the end of the day, we want the quarterback to play well, whether or not it's easy. And right now, Caleb does not have it easy, but is not playing well. Jaden might have it easier than a lot of the others, but he is playing well regardless. I think Bo has it pretty easy, and he's playing fine, but better than bad. And I don't think that means next year is screwed one way or another. I watched Jared Goff play terrible football his rookie year with Jeff Fisher and then throw for 4,800 yards within the next couple seasons. Certainly crack 4,000 in the next bunch, right? But are we looking at a potential Trevor Lawrence situation? Are we looking at worse than a Trevor Lawrence situation? Are we looking at the next Goff? Are we looking at the next Josh Allen? What are we looking at? We're going to have to wait and see. And we've got 5 more games to get a feel for it. But, Bunnery, I did want to mention that if I was going to talk about positive things for Caleb Williams, I do like that when the game comes down to it, typically Caleb is part of the reason the Bears are coming back, as opposed to part of the reason that the Bears are continuing to dig a hole, right? When the Bears get to 3rd down and 4th down situations, certainly 4th down situations, Caleb tends to make a play. And he seems as if he's split, making a play in structure, making a play out of structure. I don't feel as if he's doing this like run for his life, get to the sidelines and chuck it every play, which I think some people expected him to do. A lot of it is from the pocket. And like you're saying, Falco, I do think that this offense is a mess, but I say all of this just because it's I say all of this because if I am going to go through this game and be honest and direct about what happens, it's like you're saying, Mr. MDJ, like a poor-ish offensive line, certainly a poor offensive line scheme, it seems like, and a run game that leaves a lot to be desired, just seems to put a lot on a rookie quarterback whose number one wide receiver connection is a guy that does not seem to have NFL speed anymore. And then another wide receiver, hey, maybe it's a Caleb problem, maybe it's a DJ problem, maybe it's somewhere in between, but regardless, DJ Moore right now does not look like the weapon that he did last year. And that obviously hurts. And then Rome Odunze, to me, looks like somewhere between the coaches don't trust him and maybe he doesn't deserve the trust, because there does seem like there are mental errors from Rome, but gosh, he's got the best feet and general physicality on the team. So watching him and Komet in some cases not get enough targets is a darn shame. And so I look at all of this like you're talking about, John, where it's like, I want a legit coaching staff too. My problem is that I think that the Bears roster is better than they have looked. But right now they've looked pretty bad, haven't they? And so where are they? Am I overrating my team? I don't tend to think so. I tend to think I've got a pretty clear-minded view of who this team is, but a lot of these guys aren't getting deployed very well. A lot of them aren't getting any better than they were, and if they do, it almost feels like it's on accident. And so you look at plays like mesh. Mesh is easy. Where's it been? And like you're talking about, Falco, you watch the same mistakes seem to happen week in and week out, and it's like, what's going on here? And so will this roster get better if a coaching staff comes in and changes things? They sure might. I hope they do. But it puts us in a place right now where we're looking at a Bears season that I think it's hard to phrase as anything other than disappointing. And in that disappointment, it's going to make you ask questions, right? Like, for instance, Mr. MDJ, I agree with you. I think Caleb needs good coaching. I think Caleb is actually... MDJ, I wonder if you'll think I'm being hyperbolic here. I think Caleb is closer to a knife's edge than people realize, and really good coaching is the difference between him finding it and potentially becoming an extremely good player, or him unraveling and becoming a player that's far too erratic and leans too far into the, I hate to bring it up, but the Zach Wilson thing. Right? Where it's like, well, now he doesn't trust anything within structure ever, tries to run, is not fast enough to do that forever, and ends up becoming quite a poor player. I don't think we're there, right? I don't think we're close. I think that games like this, like the best thing that I could tell you, Bunnery, Ben, Donald, etc., this game needs to be bad, right? Because if it's not bad, it's normal. And if this is normal, it's not good enough. This has to be bad, right? In my opinion, this kind of, like, for instance, Chris Foster mentions Jamarcus Caleb Leaf. I don't think Caleb's close to that. I don't think Caleb is near poor enough to be put in the Jamarcus Russell, Ryan Leaf hole. We've got a while, but we are talking about a player who's, what, is he, have I got it right, where is it 12 or is it 15 right now? Is it, somebody help me with the touchdowns. Sorry to ask. Right? Is it 14 touchdowns and 5 INTs? Like in that case, where we're not talking about a player who, at least statistically, has just been awful, right? And I only mention that because it's like, maybe we're looking at a middle table quarterback. Maybe we're looking at the next Baker Mayfield, Jalen Hurts, Kyler Murray. It's possible, right? But I don't think we're looking at a bust. Conventionally speaking, I would just be shocked. The film, in my opinion, is too good for that. I want more of the star stuff. I'm gonna take you through the game, I promise. But just wanted to get all this out, like as we talk through it, where I think there is a lot to like. I think that his next coach is a massive decision, and it's going to be the difference between whether or not Caleb takes a huge step, a solid step, an okay step, or kind of disappointing. And Steven, you mentioned sounds like Caleb is a poor man's Justin. Justin couldn't dream of throwing the ball like Caleb Williams. All of the Chris Foster memes and stuff in the world is like all of that in the world doesn't change that Chris would agree with you that Caleb is a better pure quarterback than Justin Fields is. Like Justin Fields could run, but that's about all he had. This is a better step. Like even if you get a Baker Mayfield, I would tell you, like John, you mentioned Fields' deep ball is better than Caleb. That's about it though. Like Justin had real trouble converting third downs through the air. Caleb at least can pick them up. But and anyways, John, I just don't think that the deep ball is as important, at least in my opinion, than I think you're making it. And I think, honestly, yards per game and attempt stats tell the whole story. You couldn't have Justin throw 30 times a game. But anyways, let's see. Yeah, that'd be super fun, Jordan. Let's keep watching. We got plenty to get through. Get a good coach. You need one. Braxton gets owned. Pushes them from 2nd and 3 to 2nd and 13. Caleb's doing a lot of work at the line of scrimmage, maybe too much. Here, he rips a ball that is way, way wide. Whose fault is it? I have absolutely no idea. I mean, you got to pin these things, I think, on the quarterback because we just don't have a lot of options, right? I don't think he is, Danny, for what it's worth. But so I think that Caleb's footwork is getting too exaggerated. Like I look at this and this drop, to me, feels almost rickety in terms of how he's getting his body out. The only quarterback thing that I ever look at is where do the feet point, right? And here, the feet point way over there. The throw needs to be out there. It's basic baseball stuff, right? And DJ is not even close. Now, was DJ supposed to curl out? I don't know, maybe, right? We don't know where the routes are supposed to resolve because we're not in the locker room. But this stuff happens often enough for Caleb Williams where we get a route out here, DJ curls in, he's honestly open enough, and the throw just isn't close. And that's something that has to be fixed. Has to be fixed. I believe it, Spectre. Ben, I'm sure we'll get there. Like I would skip around, but I like the chronology. Was this 3rd and 15? Not impossible. Quarterbacks do pick it up. But here, so Caleb's going to run it. He doesn't get enough. He takes a hit. And worst, when I go ahead and push this back. So Caleb takes a look on this side of the ball, but it looks to me at least like the Bears are running what ultimately amounts to shallow cross. And I believe that this throw to DJ is very, very open. Now, is it going to get you a first down? No, but that's not the quarterback's job, right? The quarterback's job is at the end of the day to run the play as called. And that's what this is for. It's called shallow cross for a reason. And yes, you're hoping that this guy might be able to dig you out a first down, but he's not going to. And you know that because 21 has already told you that. 21's body language makes it clear that we are sinking. He and 9 are taking this away. You can't do that. You have to throw it to DJ Moore eventually. Now, there are going to be some people that are going to say, well, that's backup quarterback mindset. And it's like, well, that's a pure quarterback mindset. Even as you get moving, maybe you can work the ball to Cole Kmet. But instead, you work your way to the sidelines, and then you take a hit that I don't think was necessary. So does it hurt you necessarily that you slip and slide down on the ground? It doesn't really matter, right? But I think that at some point, Ben, personally, you have to take the throw that you're given, right? Like Spectre, you ask, what's the score? And in my opinion, now, you may disagree, but in my opinion, at 16-0 in 2 minutes left in the second half, it's not your job to think about that, right? And I agree, like Ben, that it's 3rd and 15, so maybe if you're pushing it, then you got to do a little more, but past a certain point, you got time. You need to check it down, I think, to your yak threat and give him a chance. I don't know. We don't know what he's coached, right? But you lose a lot of football games. You make people beg questions. I'm sure you guys can all agree. Bailey, you say that like we didn't watch Kirk Cousins literally check it down on a 4th down, right? Like Plenty of people check it down on a fourth down. Caleb checked it down on a fourth down to Roshan Johnson just the other day. He was just open, right? The QB's job isn't always to run the play as written, but often it is. Like, I agree with you in principle that it's just not that black and white, but it's a complicated balance. I mean, y'all, we're probably all on the same page. If Caleb Williams, okay, so let me show you one, just to use an example, right? One thing that is exhausting to me, and just know that I am exhausted. I actually think while watching the game, you guys get in my head, right? Well, I sit there and I think about how am I going to justify this, right? I'm watching the tape and I say, what am I going to tell the stream, right? So here's the literal last play, right? And in my opinion, so Rome, look, let's look at what's going on. This is the play that Caleb changed. He gets Rome on an inside release go that is going to turn into a corner, and it's just a matter of how far it's going to turn into a corner, right? Rome sees pre-snap that it's a too high safety set, right? So when Rome gets through the play, he gives an inside look, and then he does not recheck where the safeties are. So he thinks that he needs to split the safeties and basically peel just barely upfield so that he stays inside of a safety that isn't there. Caleb sees that it's a one high. So because it's a one high safety, we need to throw away from the safety. And Rome takes a look inside. I really don't know why, because even if it is two safeties, like, Rome, I'm working hard to justify this for you. If it's two safeties, you're still running into a hospital ball. So maybe we do know that it's a one high safety, and we still turn over what I think is a weird shoulder. But instead we don't. We turn over what I think is the wrong shoulder, and the ball falls, in my opinion, what would have been catchable if it was on the other shoulder. And Bailey, I say this because if Rome turns a different direction and Rome catches this ball, and by the grace of God, Rome gets into the end zone, probably don't complain about what isn't a check down on a 3rd and 15 early in the game. Like, Bailey, I'll just own it, right? Like, if Caleb throws a 4th touchdown in this situation, regardless of all the time mismanagement that had come before, you go, whatever, you made the play when you needed to make it. Now time to see if you'll do it the next time. But they don't. Instead, I think the receiver makes a mistake, personally. But either way, they're not on the same page. They lose, and I'm left sitting here explaining things to disgruntled fans, and in a kind of foul mood as I do it. And so it's the challenge of all this, I guess, where, in my opinion, it's like, yeah, there's a piece of this where Caleb isn't getting credit for some of the, let's call them, I don't want to call them gallivanting. That's probably like a piece too far, right? But I can't give Caleb credit for the 4th quarter rallies because the Bears haven't won any of the games. But they've all been there, which is nice. Like, rallying against Washington, sucks that we didn't do anything earlier, but made plays when were necessary. Green Bay made plays pretty much the whole game and then near finished it. Minnesota made plays near all game and then faltered right at the end. This game did not have a good first half, shook it off to have an okay second half. Like, Ben, I'll give you that much if you want it. There's some poor plays, but there's enough good plays where that second half is, I think, indisputably fine, right? And, that's good, being able to shake it off. And so you end up with a player that is showing something. After the scramble, the Bears go for 4th and 3. They run, what is this, like normal mesh? I can't remember. Let's take a look. Lions line up in pure cover 1. The Bears do run mesh. DJ doesn't actually have a trailing man, so somebody needs to play this mesher right here. Like, so mesh is a pick play, okay? You've got 2 opportunities for a pick. If this guy follows DJ Moore, then Cole Kmet is going to pick him, like we saw him, fail to do twice, right? But then if this guy, as can happen on mesh type plays, drives down, it's Keenan Allen's job, who's going to run a sit over the ball, to pick him, get in his way. The entire idea is that this is a one-read play to DJ Moore. That's the goal here, right? Instead, Keenan Allen or Cole, I don't know how they teach it. Just let this safety drive on DJ Moore. So let's get to the top of the drop. And now we've got this. I think that's covered, personally. I wouldn't expect it to be covered. This game, or he's covered, and then Rome's running a route that's going to run into space. So that's just not open, if you ask me. So what do you have that you can throw to? You have a true wheel route, right? Sometimes I've always seen mesh in college called with a rail route. That's where the running back basically just runs a go down the sidelines, right? Or you can run a wheel route, which is a flat route that is then converted into a go. When Caleb throws this ball, I'll be honest with you, like Caleb takes a look at the mesh point. He sees, okay, we're being driven on, and he pivots to Cole Kmet. When he pivots to Cole Kmet, he says, we kind of got stacked, huh? So then he looks outside. This is proper quarterbacking, if you ask me. Then he flicks the ball out there. This throw, in my opinion, is what you want on a fourth down. There are going to be plenty. I get it. They're going to tell you, well, it's underthrown. It should be out here. Sure, I actually think it's a better idea to put air under these things, so long as Swift understands the assignment, which he doesn't, right? When it's underthrown, say it with me, you have to just fight through the defender. You have to get hit, right? If you're in this situation, you need to put a foot in the ground right here, if possible, and throw yourself into the defender. You have to go full James Harden, right? And like you're mentioning, Falco, the problem is that Swift is a running back. So he may not know that, but it's just, this is the Bears, right, Falco? It has been all season. Little execution errors where you didn't pick 32, and 32 gets matched up on DJ, exactly what Aaron Glenn wants, shuts down a 4th and 3 play, so your quarterback progresses. I just asked him to be standard quarterback. He is being standard quarterback and getting to his third read, and he makes a throw that gives us a chance, but the receiver doesn't work back through the ball. I got you. No worries, Alex. I appreciate it. Where Swift goes to try to make sort of like a falling back catch, maybe he just misjudges the ball. I don't think it's DPI, actually. Like, Ben, I know you're mentioning it, but this reminds me of that Lions-Cowboys call from a while ago. If the receiver doesn't want it, you can't give it to him, right? That's face guarding. If Swift plants one more foot, honestly, if Swift just curls in and the linebacker lays him out, immediate call, right? Easy call. But the way Swift plays this makes it good coverage. I mean, I know I'm probably just replaying it over and over and over, but like, this to me is as good as you can be. You have to get hit. I think you have to get hit in a play like this. Because if you don't get hit, the ref is not going to give it to you. Khalid, you mentioned Caleb should have ran, but I personally think that if he ran, we'd be mad that he ran, right? I think you got to draw the hit. I know everybody in the NBA hates on James Harden, but you got to draw the hit. And it does. Bailey, I could see it. Honestly, Bailey, just to give you some credit, I also think that chances are if it's a wide receiver, it's got a better chance of being called, right? But as soon as it's a running back, a lot of referees just don't give them the benefit of the doubt, right? Plus, receivers generally have a better understanding of how to draw the DPI. Like, receivers have a knack for putting that hand in and then jumping into the receiver or into the DB. And I think we would know, we've seen it called against us a lot, right? Where Jalen Johnson gets a ticky-tack DPI call that I think was a receiver just the other day in Justin Jefferson just working through him. But if you work through him, you might get it, right? I get you, Khalid, but I also think that a quarterback, I don't ever have a problem with a quarterback giving a viable opportunity a chance on a down where the easy stuff was bracketed. I don't have an issue with that. Feel free to, truly. Like, on this stream, I will always welcome you to have your own take. Here, Caleb takes a look at what I think, I can't remember how they do this. I think it's smash, so it looks like that. And then on the other side, it's drive. So it looks like, no, it's commits up here. But here, just pretend that's Rome, right? And Caleb's going to go 1, 2. I can't remember if he checks 2, but he either checks 2 there or he goes to here. JT was wondering, for those who watched JT O'Sullivan's breakdown, how he went from here, where he sees somebody here, so he knows this side is dead, right? Then he works across the middle of the field and how he targeted Kmet. I think he looked at 32, and he checked whether 32 was driving down and sitting on Rome Odunze or not. And as soon as he saw him sitting, he knows Cole Kmet's open, rips it into space. Good play. Starview, I don't think the linebacker made enough contact, but that's my take. He never threw the ball, but not enough contact. And that's sort of how I feel, Alexander. It's like the DB didn't turn around. Swift had a step. If you get the ball out there, great. If it's underthrown, though, generally you get a call. And Caleb's gotten a lot of calls this year. So I don't think that it's poor decision making, personally. But Starview, I always play the test of if the shoe was on the other foot, what would I think? And if the shoe was on the other foot, I would have said, that's not PI. Come on, guys. That's face guarding. But so, anyways. Good play on the last one. Here, Caleb or somebody doesn't recognize a free rusher. Jeremy, I got you. But Caleb hits the back of his foot. So here's the problem, right? On this play, if somebody was going to recognize a free rusher, you would expect somebody to be running a hot route, right? Somebody coming off the ball looking for it. Instead, I think it's just sort of part of the play where if Caleb feels pressure, he's just got to let that ball go. So I guess kudos to Caleb for letting that ball go, but boy, does he take a lick on this play. The ball's uncatchable. I'm not expecting much when you're just trying to get the ball out of your hands. I mean, he really does get walloped. Doesn't help when Rome doesn't win, but also 30 never thinks that he's going to do anything else. Rome has done so little of these routes or these routes or these routes or a lot of others, you get the picture, that 30 just doesn't have any concern about what he is or isn't going to do in this. And then, I don't know. Sure, sometimes the defense just gets you, but it's a bummer to me that the Bears both miss this blitz and don't have a way to punish it. But if you do like something, I want you to take a look at Darnell Wright. I always think these are fun. Darnell Wright is going to heat the spin move and just chuck his guy on the ground. Wright will get in trouble plenty of times for leaning too far, but his physical tools to me are wild. A lot of guys get a lot more push on a spin move than Wright, who basically doesn't move his shoulders at all. So then Wright keeps control of the man and just chucks him on the ground. I think that's great. Like, Braxton doesn't help it or hurt anything. Look at this. Hey, all the Braxton haters out there, like, it's just one rep. But here, 91 says, Braxton Jones, your anchor is mine. And actually, that's a pretty good job. That's a pretty good job. Kudos to you, tackles. Like, Blue Dragon, it's hilarious that you say that. Then there's Braxton getting bull rushed right back into his quarterback. I think getting back into the quarterback means you have to get a minimum of right here. When you're at even level with the guard, in my opinion, you didn't get bull rushed at all, personally, right? That's the ground I think you're allowed to give up when you're a tackle. But it's if you take another 2 steps backwards that it's still soft pressure and generally means that you can go capture the edge. But everybody's going to have different takes for what a good tackle looks like. I think people want a little too much. So this is a great example of what I don't like that we're seeing right now, right? Where I don't think Caleb makes a poor decision. So plenty would look at Rome, and within Caleb's peripheral vision, DJ, within Rome's peripheral vision, he's got two decent options. You can gun this in there to Roma or to Roma Dunze, and I'm never going to tell you that that's the wrong decision. He is open, and especially if he's the first read on the play, sure, whatever. DJ's in your eye line. DJ is so open that if you can just dump the ball down to him, he may very well go get you more yards. But whatever it is, you got to complete the pass, right? Caleb pumps it, guns it, and blows it off Rome's hands. Why does he do that, right? Well, in my opinion, it's partially because Caleb's footwork right now, it's just messy. Like, Caleb sees the stunt coming over here, so he's going to move out of the way. When he moves out of the way, he's going to gather. He's going to click his feet together. He's going to eat a crow hop, and then he's going to send it way wide with his legs, I mean, in my opinion, pointed way off of target of where he's trying to throw the ball. I mean, sorry, bad line. That's what it's supposed to look like, but our feet aren't lined up. And so he's using the footwork he's trying to need to stay alive. So how do I draw this? Right? I guess like maybe a little halo. It's not working. Whatever it is. Point is that Caleb is moving enough to try to get to the optimal spot in the pocket. That I have no problem with, but his feet are so out of alignment that he ends up throwing with all arm, and all arm is not very accurate. So you blow it off the guy's hands. Spectre, I think it's rush, personally. I've heard a lot of people tell me that he's too relaxed, he's too this. I personally think that Caleb Williams is still learning the pace of the NFL and that he's trying to put all of his tools together at a faster pace, and it's taking time. That's my opinion, right? Like Z mentions that you loved his control over velocity of the ball in college, but it seems like he's been throwing too many bullets. I think it's because he feels like he's late. When you're rushing, you throw it hard. Right, Z? Because you're trying to catch up to the window that you see but but think you might be about to lose. So within that mindset, I think personally that Caleb is trying to learn pocket management and all the play structure, and now a new offensive coordinator's offense. He's about to learn another offensive coordinator's specific offense under the guise of Thomas Brown, though at least Thomas Brown's still going to be calling plays. So within that, it's like Caleb's got a lot on his plate, but I don't want to make it sound like he's eating it well, right? Because I think that both can be true, where it's like, I think this will even out with experience. I am telling you honestly, I've seen enough guys, I'm talking to you, Mitch, I'm talking to you, Justin, that don't get to the optimal spot in the pocket, right? Where the pocket movement is, sure, right now with Caleb, it's erratic, but with other quarterbacks, it's not there at all, right? And then they just sit in one spot in the pocket and they take pressure because Darnell Wright has to handle a stunt in this case, or it's against Matt Pryor. Matt Pryor handles a stunt imperfectly, and then the quarterback just stands right here. This guy gets a hand on his leg and the ball sprays for a different reason, right? So it's nice that Caleb moves to safety within the pocket, steps up, gets himself set, but he doesn't get himself set very well, rushes it, and that throw is unacceptable, right? All of these things can be true. So what to watch for over the next couple games, over the next couple years? Watch for that to settle out. Because who was it that mentioned it? Was it Blaze Inferno and Z? I would expect that this throw in the future comes out now. He takes an extra hitch, but if when he first steps up, bang, load, throw, at this point, you could probably take 4 mph off this ball. You can turn a bullet into a dart, right? Something where it's a nice feathered ball that's easy to catch and it's on target, right? Or even if it's feathered and it's way out here, maybe Rome feels like he has the time to stretch out, go get it, and turn up field. So it's possible. And like Ben's saying, you could still take the hitch if you don't Justin Herbert it through the guys, or through the guy's gloves. Still got to be catchable. It's got to be one or the other, right? Yeah, Spectre. Spectre says, holy smokes, he rips that. Oh, yeah. I mean, I know not everybody cares about arm talent. That'd be almost hard to catch if it was on target. And I'm not saying that as a positive. You have to throw a catchable football. But boy, he gets a lot on that ball. They get a flag, though. Thank goodness. Bears run another iteration of shallow cross. Caleb gets to his spot and hits DJ Moore. Helps that it's prevent defense at the end of the game. Don't get me wrong. But if you're looking for Caleb to run a play he ran badly earlier better, this is that. Right, Khalid? You know, X, I honestly thought, it's funny you say that. I think that Caleb's short and intermediate accuracy in this game was much worse than his deep accuracy. I actually thought his deep ball was, in my opinion, X, okay? I'm not just saying this to gas you up. I think Caleb's deep ball looked as good as it has all season over the last 2 weeks. Over the last 2 weeks, it has looked so much closer to normal. I mean, if not sort of accurate. And I only say sort of because it's still not like they're completing a ton of them. But like I think John DeLatalia, you still in here? Because like John DeLatalia mentioned earlier, whenever anybody looks at deep ball accuracy, the average NFL quarterback only completes like a third of their passes that are 20 yards downfield or further. So Caleb has, at least over the last couple weeks, been completing about a third of his passes when he stretches it deep. They don't stretch it deep that often. And a lot of the ones that he completes, hey, he's getting credit for balls that are ripped way over the middle. But like you're saying, X, definitely has to stack a few more games. Heck, I'd say, X, that there's nothing about Caleb that looks fixed right now. I'm more trying to, I think, X, where I am personally at, right, is Caleb has shown me enough over the last couple games where I don't think that we're in danger territory, right? But it could still look a lot better. I would like it if it did, right? Where we are in the rookie gray area. We're back. Where we're not in historically bad offense territory. We're not in holy moly, how on earth would this work territory. We're not in, gee, we're really justifying an exception territory. Instead, we're looking at what normally happens with number 1 overall picks. We just didn't expect that it would happen on a number 1 overall pick drafted to the 9th worst team per draft order last year. That wasn't supposed to happen, right? We can all agree. I know I'm revisiting what I said at the early part of the stream, but I do think it's one of the most important things to say again, that we did not think that the Bears would look like the worst team in football taking a step forward, right? The Bears had two top 10 picks and a solid, it wasn't that great a free agency class, but so they felt like a team on the rise, and they were the 9th worst team in football per draft order. And then this season, it feels like they got worse, and it's been tough. And I think that's been really hard to watch, and worse, it makes me feel as if I'm cheering for an organization that is only going to be good on accident someday. But like you're saying, X, there's a lot we've got to clean up. A lot we have to clean up. That's the beast. That's the beast of this. In my opinion, that's the beast of this. Is trying to explain, hey, Caleb didn't play very well this game. I'm not horrifyingly scared of what Caleb's future is going to be. I'm not telling you he's going to be a superstar. I'm telling you that we're out of the mush. We're out of the really bad zone. We're out of the horror radius that we were in a while ago. Now we're starting to see a quarterback whose bad game is 3 touchdowns and 250 yards on 40 attempts. So it's an inflated number of attempts, but I do think he still had more. Okay, so it's weird, right? He had more big time throws than turnover worthy plays in this game, but he had way too many inaccurate throws. And like you're saying, Bailey, I think you're right that all the losing is just getting to me, where it's like, you mentioned that they don't look like the worst team in football. I think it's a feeling, right? Because you're 100% correct. The Jets look so much worse, right? I bet we could go through. The Panthers still look bad. There are so many more. I can't believe I'm really struggling to recall them because they've been so boring. The Titans are awful. The Jaguars are terrible. The Patriots have been more fun with Drake May, but before then, they were terrible. The Raiders are terrible. Exactly. So there are a lot of teams that are, honest to goodness, much worse. These are the kinds of teams that, let's just be blunt, they couldn't, the Giants are a great example. These teams couldn't give Green Bay, Minnesota, and Detroit a game. right? And say what you will about the Bears. They gave these teams a game. It just feels, Bailey, and I think the emotion that I'm struggling with, to be honest with you, Bailey, is that it feels like the Bears get in their own way, which is so disappointing to me. Like, I would love, part of me, I don't know if other people feel this way, Bailey. I really don't. Because I talk to Steelers fans, and Steelers fans feel like the Steelers don't live up to their potential. So, maybe everybody just feels like this about all of their teams, right? But when I watch the Steelers, I feel like I see a coach where if the Steelers lose, it's just because they're worse, right? Like, the Steelers play their game, they play it well, and if that beats the other team, good. If it doesn't, that's too bad. But the Steelers play up to their talent, maybe a little better, and you got a ball game, right? I think the Vikings play up to their talent, frankly, a little better, and you win or lose. Like, with maybe you lose, maybe, but you're going to get the best that the Vikings have. Whereas it feels like the Bears are fighting you with an arm tied behind their back, and vibe, isn't it? Where it's like, jeepers, how are we making this many mistakes and it's still close? Like, you look at some of these games, and honest to goodness, watching this game, I still don't really know how the Bears didn't get blown out, right? But they didn't. I'm not 100% certain how I could give you an answer, right? But on a feeling basis, I'm shocked that the Bears kept it so tight against the Packers. I'm shocked that the Bears kept it so tight against the Vikings. And I mean, Vikings kind of tried to throw it away in the middle. But so I say all of this just because it's been a very weird team to watch. Very weird. Where on one hand, I think that there are a lot of players that could play a lot better. And on the other, it somehow feels like there's so much meat on the bone. But like Falco, yeah, it does make it feel like you're losing a lot more than the points reflect. Yeah, the Bears clearly came out of the second half and they said, okay, so we are going to run the ball and we're going to make it work. Kudos to Braxton. It's so funny that 99 here gets excited about this, right? I think Braxton does everything he should. Like, how funny is this? Where Braxton gets out on a reach block and he doesn't stop 99 from making the hit, but Swift gets enough of a head of steam where you turn it into quite a good run. So 3rd and 1. Handoff up the middle. One of Swift's better between the tackles cuts of the season. Silly to make that comparison, I know, but Swift bounces out. Ooh, look at this. Kind of saves Jenkins with it too. Like, Jenkins is getting bullied, but Swift gets outside of that, cuts up in, makes some contact. Let's get 3rd and 1 Swift more often. Okay. I'm right there with you, Bailey, where I can tell you honestly, if the Bears hire Ben Johnson, I'm very excited. If the Bears hire anybody else, I am guarded. Not even unexcited. I'm just guarded at this point. So this play is tough to watch just because of the opportunity that ends up there. And you got to tell me who you think is, or like, you got to tell me what you think is acceptable. Okay. So here's the play. First of all, the route spacing is a little funky because you've got Keenan Allen running like a drift post-it, right? So it's kind of both. And then you've got what mirrors dagger action on this from DJ Moore. It's a play action shot. And on this play, here, I want to cut to the backside because it makes more sense, I think, when you watch it on the backside. This is what DeAndre Swift sees, okay? So does Tevin Jenkins. So I don't know if this is a trust issue or not. I'm going to be very blunt with you, right? But DeAndre Swift sees 51 coming and gets down ready to stop him. Tevin takes it over. It would be really cool if somehow Swift had instead been over here to handle the other linebacker. But then, of course, if 51 darts through the hole, we would have all hated that. So I would need an offensive line coach to tell me one way or another who's wrong or whether sometimes these things just happen. I truly don't know, right? But kudos on Tevin for getting over and helping like that. It's a pretty good job by him. But you still end up with a play where Caleb is about to let this thing rip to Keenan, who moves forward or who moves up the middle of the field. And I tend to think Keenan's getting open as he does it, but as Caleb loads 46 green dogs and manages to get pressure, which then affects the throw, Caleb gets sacked. And the worst part is DJ Moore wide open. Now, I will tell you that it's funny. Go back and watch DJ's route, right? It's not that amazing. Like, we're hitting the point where one thing I'm struggling with, Jordan, if you're in here, anybody, if you're in here, we are hitting a point where you got one of two options, okay? You got to tell me which it is, okay? Either DJ is not running hard or he is slow. Neither works, right? He gets open, but I don't care about the effort thing. Like, I kind of do, but I'm not a professional football player. I never played professional football. It's not my job to question DJ's effort, okay? You could do it. I feel like in my position, I can't. But we can run faster. And if we can't, I have an issue with this, right? Because I think that there are a lot of receivers that can run a faster dig route, but we still get it, right? Like, we still get open. And we're in cover 3. So if we're in like a match man cover 3, this dig route is awesome. I love this, right? Like, I would hope that a quarterback is stuck on this instead of wanting the Keenan Allen dig into a post over the middle, because Keenan Allen takes so long to get here, right? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. That's where we're throwing the football. That's way too long, right? Like, that's probably a fairly slow count too. Even on play action, you only have so long. It takes, that ball has to be coming out now, right? Not because Caleb has to be throwing it. Like, just to be clear, I don't think Keenan's got a ton of space. You'd be stuffing this into a window that's borderline unnecessary, but it takes so long. And I would love it if anything that we're running, play action footwork's always hard to tell, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It looked like from the point of the handoff where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, a hitch, and then we're down. But it's also a full play action handoff, and then the guy green dogs. So takes time, right? DJ, I swear he looked a step faster last year. And Falco, that's the problem. It's like that dig route is open, but it looks like we wanted to check Rome and Keenan, and either way we take a sack that I don't think we need to take. There are enough options on the field where I would love to see Caleb find somewhere else to put the ball. Motion tells us zone. We get a tap on the head. That may be some kind of a check. Looks like it is zone after all. We throw it to DJ and we miss really badly. The consistent problem in this game is this squirrely footwork. You watch it here, you'll even be able to see it in slow motion. Pitter patter, feet come really close together, kick that foot out. Here's the line again, right? Line going over here, throw going over here. Are you shocked that the throw ends up wide, right? I learned this in baseball, okay? I'm not a quarterback's coach. But I learned in baseball where you set your body pushes throws. So Caleb probably is throwing at DJ, but his body being pointed out this way is pushing throws wide. And this throw is way off frame. Is it catchable? Maybe, but these things have a lot of gas on them. Like, they're not easy balls. When Caleb is gunning these, in a perfect world, it's great. But when you miss, like, I agree with you, Z. Biomechanically, it's actually pretty amazing, right? Like, Z, some of the throws that he lets off they're just nutty. How's he getting this much torque on it? But it's an inaccurate football in his rookie year on a team that needs completions. But so, anyways, do we need to step up in the pocket the way that we do? You tell me. But I'll tell you what, the protection's pretty okay. Like, check out Darnell Wright, and then we'll go to Braxton Jones. Handling it, right? 53 on the other side. Let's try Braxton's anchor. Handling it. Good tackle play can go a long way. Are we getting to some kind of a stack for 3rd and 15? Which play is this? Oh, it's this one. All right, so before we get into plays that, I'll be honest with you, might have been a little easier, the physical is it's pretty outrageous. You don't expect to have to deal with this. You don't. But holy moly. Wow. Yeah, I don't really want, if I could avoid it, I would like it for Caleb to be able to make easier throws. But goodness, I mean, physically getting out of a tackle, planting right there, and going into a throwing motion, and putting the ball into a window is pretty ridiculous. Like, Blue, that's the funny part about this. It's the Jeter thing, right? Look at the way Caleb gets himself square, right? There is a biomechanical piece to, yes, I know you're swinging a leg, right? But it's Jeter. This is why you do it. That leg is creating balance that lets you whip the ball with this kind of torque. Which the fact that he can pull a spiral on something like that, that's got this much velocity. Again, there's a lot in quarterbacking that is not this, but boy howdy, that's pretty ridiculous. Oh yeah, it's a good catch too. %100% demo. And there's a major part of Caleb's game where I personally believe that as he figures out that not every hard throw is hard, you can't kidnap if he didn't want to come. Magic's, I will pay him so much money that he's nearly forced to come. He can say whatever he wants to. So in my opinion, I don't know. I can't say for sure I know what Caleb's reads are, especially since it looks like this is the worst double move that I've seen in a while. Yikes. Okay, so at least watching watching Caleb's eyes, Caleb sets up, looks at the middle of the field, and then looks out to his left. The only person out to his left is DJ Moore. Call me crazy, but this looks to me like it is a stutter and go, right? DJ stutters and goes, and the corner blankets it, right? Like, not to draw the padlock again, but that is locked up. So then we've got to progress through the rest of the play. And it's kind of a bummer that Caleb backs out of the pocket like that. I liked when he did it in college. Here, if we could just raise up and throw it to Kmet, Kmet's open. Kmet runs one of the better routes that we get all game. Like, here, I'll back it up, and we can take a look at what Kmet does on this dig route that's getting cleared out by Keenan Allen. And as soon as we don't like it, if we can come back across, that's enough. Like, we can put a ball in there to our tight end and make it work. Instead, we tie the cape on. We find Keenan Allen, and we do get the ball to him. But I think it's more of a recovery than it is a great play, because I do think there were options there, but that's me being tough. Like, I hear you, Bailey. Because in theory, sure, like, Rome's right there. I get that. But I think that we can work across the field. Like, you go from DJ to Keenan to Kmet. And Falco, I don't think he got there either. Third and 10, whip the DJ. I can't stay up all night, so there are some of these where we just got to take the cheese and move on. If you're looking for a better breakdown of it, unfortunately, you're going to have to go somewhere else. 2nd and 5. Play action shot. All right. If I was just going to whine, right? it does bum me out that we let Keenan. Am I out of my mind? Am I crazy? Is this a money thing? Am I getting punked? Right? It's mostly work, Donald. Why is Keenan Allen playing so many snaps? You would think that the older guy that's struggling with foot speed would get more rest, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? Because when the Bears run what is basically, I've seen this called Seattle, where you run what looks like it's going to be a scissor and then you curl it back the other way, right? If Rome runs this, it's probably open. Like, if Rome is flying across the field and then hard breaks back the other direction, this play's almost always open. Like, this is a Shanahan special. But instead, Keenan Allen doesn't get far enough to actually threaten zero at all. And so because of that, he can't blast out in front of him either, because typically when receivers separate on this, you've seen Jerry Jeudy, you've seen DK Metcalf, you've seen a lot of huge dudes basically get open on routes just like this. Keenan needs to have the foot speed to take advantage of this break by Terry and Arnold. He doesn't. And so because of that, he's not open. And DJ gets triple bracketed. This is not open either. So because of that, there's no answer here. But there should be, shouldn't there? Like, am I out of my mind? You tell me. That's the question I opened the snap with. But in my opinion, if that's Rome Odunze, it should be open. And the only thing that would stop Rome would be, I don't know, some really weird technical thing. But like, this is a play that's just athleticism. Like, just run the route prescribed. And at that point, you just throw to the sidelines. People run this every week. And instead, we're going to exhaust Keenan Allen, and Caleb does what he should with a play like this, except for that. Just run out of bounds, dude. Like, like just run out of bounds. I don't actually know what the plan was. Like, was the plan to try to freeze 48 and then, like, go past him? Don't do that. Like, don't play games on the sidelines. If you ask me, this is a little hyperbolic, but I do mean it. If you ask me, Caleb gets lucky that his cleats aren't longer and that right foot slips. It's the only reason he takes this hit normally, right? That looked to me, when I saw this live, like he'd blown out his right knee. And this, like, he is so lucky. I mean, Falco, you talk about an ACL. Like, I thought it was going to be all of them. Right? Like, in my opinion, this kind of hit could easily be a triple ligament tear if his foot doesn't slip, but it does. And thank goodness. Don't play games. I mean, it just looks bad every time, right? It's sickening to watch. And then is this the good one? Wait. Demo. Now I need to know. Yeah, John, it's just been a scheduling issue. Totally on me. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty funny. Look, it's not some hero block, but watch Braxton Jones just, yeah, okay, bud. Sorry about that. Just covers him up. And then both of them stand up and agree the play is over. I think that's so funny. Like, to me, it's Braxton getting up. Like, so Braxton's down, and then watch them both get up and kind of just go, yeah, all right, it's over. Like, like 50, or what is that, 56 also gets up and is like, yeah, man, I feel like yeah, it's over. Truce is right, Ben. It's like, yeah, you got me. I will tell you what. One thing JT O'Sullivan talks about a lot, you guys make the call. I don't know if it's a Flus thing. I don't know if the roster just hates Caleb Williams. I'm not getting into it, right? Look, if you know me at all, I try to be pretty grounded, but the way that I think you stay grounded is by being willing to believe literally anything so long as it's backed up with reasoning. right, that makes any sense. So I don't know what the deal is, okay? The sidelines doesn't really get animated for almost anything. It's kind of like a funeral on the Bears sidelines and has been for a while. The guys don't have almost any energy. Almost any energy. But Caleb gets hit like this and Tyson's right there, right? Like look at Tyson just bouncing as Caleb Williams gets hit. I'm not blaming Tyson. I think it's just sort of weird the way that the sidelines is like Sanborn cares a little, right? Like Sanborn pops the arms in the air, but like 93's over here not watching. 91 isn't paying any attention. Like some of these defensive players, I don't know, care a little. Roma Dunze walks onto the field and points a hand, but like I'm not needing the boys to jump off the bench and want to go fight somebody, right? I'm not needing this to be melodrama, but at the same time, your quarterback gets hit like that, and I mean that's your quarterback. I would hope that I'm very, I don't know, old school football about protecting your teammates. Whatever. It's weird to me. It is very strange to me how, like, Ben, you call it meatbally, but one of my favorite things about Kyle Shanahan, right? One of my favorite things about Kyle Shanahan is that when Sean McVay and Peter Schrager on Flying Coach podcast asked him, what's the key to a good football team? He said, being more physical than the other guy, right? Kyle Shanahan, offensive genius, right? The wonderkind of wonderkinds. You have to be more violent than the team across from you. It's the coach's job to set up space, create opportunity, right? Let your skill players shine. But how do you really win on the offensive line? By beating the shit out of the guy across from you. Sorry for my French. How do you win on the defensive line? By just out punching the other guy, right? Like, look at Billings. I'm completely serious. Why is Billings good? Why do we like Andrew Billings? We like Andrew Billings because he fights. Like, Andrew Billings plays every single play like it is the last one he'll ever get. Kudos to him. That's the energy I'm looking for. You know what I mean? Andrew Billings is throwing his 350-pound body around and chasing guys to the end of the sidelines. And that's because he cares, right? And you need that because that's the difference between an extra or 2-yard loss or not. And I think you need that. I think you need that on offense. I think you need that on defense. And a sideline like that does not strike me as a team that is trying to out-physical the other guy. That's what I'm saying to you, right? The Bears sideline looks like professionals trying to get through a workday. I would know. I do it every day. And I bet you do too if you're of working age. Sometimes you're just in the office, right? Sometimes you don't really want to be in the office. But in football, you have to want to be there. Because if you don't want to be there, you play like it. You've seen examples. And anyways, Jordan, I do think it's funny that you mentioned Philly and Baltimore. I think Baltimore's a slightly better example than Philly, if only because Philly's offensive line is awesome, right? But their defensive line, at least right now, it leaves to be desired to me. They really like the outlier, you know? Exactly, Bailey. If your boss took a late hit out of bounds, I very much react like Bajan. I like that a lot. I think that's really funny. So here is probably Caleb's best play of the game. And if you're looking for Caleb to have a good career going forward, I think this is the play to point to. I really do. Right? So what do you have? You've got a post with an underneath, or you've got a corner with an underneath post. What do you have as far as Caleb's drop? You've got 5, hard step forward, get set, drive the ball. Where is it? It is perfectly placed. I mean, it is one of Caleb's cleanest plays this season. I think some of the plays against Minnesota were also phenomenal, but this is probably the best single throw that I think he's made in terms of I don't actually think it gets any better, right? Which is great. And then you look at his footwork, and just like Ben's saying, the footwork is drastically cleaner, like drastically cleaner. And that's the thing, Blue. Like, he's still fairly open, though. I mean, for all I know, this is where I look at the footwork and I'm like, what do you tell me? Like, if his feet are over here and the throw's there, that's pretty obviously wrong. But hey, if it works for you, it works for you. And in college, plenty of times he threw open like this. Man, at least it looks more controlled, right? Exactly. He's balanced, right? KB, that's what I think you're looking for. I really do, right? Like KB mentions, got to be honest, after the Titans game, I was worried about tip passes. After the Texans game, I know I was worried about tip passes. Caleb felt like he was playing short. Don't you think, KB? Right now, I think Caleb has shown drastic improvement in getting the ball out over the line of scrimmage. Like, simple little thing, but that's going to be a bugaboo if you can't do it, right? I think Caleb has shown a better ability to generally get the ball out of his hands, but he drops back a lot. So he ends up taking the problem that I'm seeing right now. If I was going to really put it succinctly, Ben, KB, everybody else listening, is that Caleb is just rookie consistency. But when he makes a mistake, his team doesn't cover it, right? So, in my opinion, you end up where most of Caleb's mistakes get pretty plainly highlighted. So if Caleb's only perfect on 60% of his plays, you notice the other 40. And then if we turned on Broncos tape, they're there too. And so, like, then when you watch these, or when you do watch Broncos games, Bo's making mistakes, but the line covers it. You get it to a check down who's wide open, and it's fine, right? The play works just fine. But it's interesting seeing this with Caleb, because at least right now, the offense wants to run through Caleb because they don't seem like they have any particular desire to run the ball. So because of that, that puts a lot of burden on Caleb to be really good. And then if he's just all right, you got to live with what you get. I think this is where trusting the rookie quarterback was never going to be a great plan. I said that before the season, right? Here's another one with sort of a you tell me, right? I would tell you on this play, it's 1st and 10. You know where I want the ball to go, don't you? Like, this is where I would love to ask. I would love to ask Caleb, what do you see? What are you looking for? Did you get fooled, right? Because I'm not trying to be boring, but when you run a Keenan Allen choice route like this, I would imagine Keenan Allen's supposed to get the ball here. The play Caleb creates is better. So did Caleb see something? Did Caleb think that this combination was just going to break somebody open against a cover 2 look that he's seen left and right? I would love somebody to ask about it. I don't know if anybody's asked about it, right? I don't have any idea. Because against this almost man-match cover 2 look, yeah, Rome gets through this linebacker. He's wide open. He's wide open. But Caleb takes a look at Keenan Allen and he doesn't throw it. I really don't know why. Is he bluffing for the safety? Could be. He learned that earlier in the game. But he ultimately comes back to Rome, looked like he was looking for Rome, and places a plenty good ball. Be even cooler if Rome stayed in bounds, but I'm not that worried about it. It just leaves you begging the question, right? And Bailey, it's where, because here's the other problem that I have. Let's see. Look at the jump from a DB. I don't know. Because, like, maybe, but Caleb's got such a gun that I would be shocked. I think Keedy just gets cooked, right? And I don't know if that makes it better, Ben, but I think that if Caleb throws this, the DB breaks on it, and you could put it on Keenan's outside shoulder, and you still get a catch, right? But right here, that DB's encroaching on it. That for sure. Like, at that point, it's probably a little on the late side. But hey, we love a good play downfield. And we love the fact that we saw one airmail on the throw to the left, and now we've got 2 perfectly good balls on the throw moving to the left. Gosh, that looks so easy, too. I know it probably should be. NFL quarterbacking and all that. But it looks so easy. Honestly, John. Okay, John, asking you a personal question. How often have you caught a football? I think it's really easy to jump. So, okay, John, I can't believe I'm about to explain this, but I am. I thought about this at one point. Okay, John? I think that the jumping thing is a natural human reaction to not wanting to deal with your feet while you focus on catching a ball, right? I see it all the time. But in my opinion, in big moments, you always see the jump because the human being doing it literally doesn't want to think about their feet. Like they literally leave their feet as insofar as they're able to think about it and focus on drifting through the air where it's just them and their hands and the ball, right? Because, if you lose your feet or you trip over yourself or blow the opportunity for the catch, at least in that moment, it's all reflex, right? But I could tell you, I saw people with lacrosse sticks on the lacrosse field jump to catch passes. I've seen it in every sport where there's a ball in the air, right? I see people jump to catch basketball passes, reestablish themselves, and then go for lobs. People just do it. Like, I couldn't tell you if it's explicitly receivers. There's no way it's coached. But I think it takes very disciplined coaching to coach it out of somebody, because I actually think it's the natural reaction to leave your feet and dive one way or another. That's your biomechanical pseudophysics lesson, right? So you mentioned he never looks at Keenan. I think he looks at Keenan's defender. You'll see it a little better from here. But when the play first opens up, it looks to me right there like he's looking at Keenan's defender and doesn't like something. Maybe he's looking at the safety. I couldn't tell you. Here, where Komet's out of frame and he looks back at Keenan, it does look like there he's looking at it. Maybe he wanted Komet on a seam first. But he gets there. Next play. Mustafa snaps it a little bit early. We run a tunnel screen. Braxton doesn't quite get enough of a block, but Swift makes a play. I'd focus on this more if we had the time. We really don't. All I'll say is that everybody hates on Swift a lot. Boy, when he gets to that second level, he makes people miss. Mustafa, did I say Mustafa? Shelton. When the center makes a mistake, I still think of Monkey's Paw Mustafa, okay? Right, Alexander? It just rolls off the tongue, okay? What, 20-yard line? Ben, I good thing that they had good on Braxton, right? Yeah, I think it was better on Tev than Braxton in this case. But this one, tough. Never gets the reach. Never gets the reach. And it's funny, Swift, just follow, okay? I know that there's no hole, but Swift's tendency to bounce everything, it gives and it takes, doesn't it? Because I'm not saying it's an amazing play, but at least we got a bubble, right? Like, just hit it up. Slug it up the middle. Or don't. Whatever. Second and 12. Lots of yards on a run play. You tell me. This is a weird play for me to judge. So it looks, at least when I watch this, like DJ Moore is doing what's considered a best release go, right? He scores a touchdown on this later, but he takes the outside release in this one, right? Here, he hits the back of his drop. Look, it's Cole Kmet underneath, and it's Keenan Allen pulling this safety away, but it's all a feature for DJ, right? So insofar as we're concerned, this is a one-man route, right? Caleb's going to hit the back of his drop, and he's going to throw the ball. Lofts the ball up there, and I think DJ pretty plainly gets held. I originally thought this was a little ticky-tack, but watching it back, 21 puts his hands around DJ, and you see a clear slowdown right there, like a clear tug. And I wonder if Caleb saw the tug and adjusted, but it's a little weird to me Caleb didn't sail the throw, to be honest. Like, you would have hoped he would have sailed it. Don't you think? You kind of would have hoped that ball is out ahead of DJ. I'm kind of surprised the corner gets his hand on it. But I guess the ball would have fallen into DJ's lap afterwards. Either way, it's a defensive holding. I like the fact that Caleb's balls I like the fact that Caleb's deep ball's in the area code. This is the meekest praise possible, isn't it? But so I say this just because, like, yeah, his one perfect pass is a penalty. Andy, I think that's funny. It is funny to me. Like, you guys talk about dropping it in the bucket to DJ. Look, I am just saying, somebody asked earlier about, like, Caleb's deep ball. Y'all, Caleb's deep ball used to be out here. Caleb's deep ball used to be here. Caleb's deep ball used to out of nowhere be here. The fact that it is in space where the DB is going to break it up and the other one was playable, you know what? Okay. It kind of didn't it, Falco? Now I feel, plus, Falco, I am a huge believer, all right? I'll let some tape roll as I say this. I am a huge believer in natural rhythm, right? I'm a massive believer in natural cadence. You either are relaxed or you aren't. And generally, human beings perform better at literally anything when they are relaxed, when they're playing at their natural cadence. I believe that a lot of the problems that we're seeing in Caleb's rookie year is that he is rebuilding his natural cadence. I think it will be good later, but right now it looks messy because it's only normal. It's only normal to him sometimes, right? Like, for instance, Ben, why does Jaden Daniels look so good? Because Cliff Kingsbury built the offense around what Jaden Daniels is comfortable doing. And the Bears instead challenged Caleb Williams to grow through more than he did in college. This does not make them even, right? Like, this doesn't make one better than the other. Jaden Daniels is playing indisputably better football, but and that's not really the point. The point is to say, why did Jaden translate so gracefully? Because he's being asked to do what he does, right? Whereas Caleb Williams is trying to level up and become an NFL quarterback, and I actually don't think that's going to be a problem long term. I think with the right coach, that's a good thing. Because now, instead of just getting college Caleb plus, you're getting a kid who's growing through all of the, like, rookie bumps, and in the future, he might know how to play both games. He might know how to play the NFL game plus the create a player college game that he did last year. I think that's good, but it comes with bumps. It comes with a very bumpy road compared to some of the other quarterbacks. I think the most interesting part of Jaden Daniels' career is coming up ahead of him, where eventually teams will figure out how to ask Jaden Daniels to do more than he did at LSU. And in those boxes, what will Jaden do? Right? We're starting to see it sometimes, but it's not perfect. Right? I more think it's a growing point for any of these quarterbacks. Is how well will you handle doing what you did not do in college? Right? And Caleb is right now NFL inconsistent, which inconsistent is, it's a synonym of bad most of the time. But he's a rookie. And I tend to think that unevenness should even out as things go forward. So we'll see. And Jailbro, like you're saying, year 2 is a critical year. Year 3 is also critical if year 1 didn't go well. Like, for instance, Jailbro, in Stroud's case, I don't think that Stroud is who he is this year. I think he is who he will be next year. But because of this year, we have to call the whole thing into a little more doubt than we did last year, because you had a good last year. You have a very mid this year. So it is what it is. I really like Stroud, though. I more use him to make a point. Oh, yeah, this play. Everybody says sophomore slump, but that just doesn't normally happen, right? I think it's just that they had an offensive plan that got adjusted to. So this is kind of the same idea, right? Where you're going to have the fake screen into a fake screen, right? Caleb rips it. He wants DJ to come get that football. Instead, the defender almost gets the football. I will tell you, you can disagree with me. I don't mind these, man. Like, in my opinion, I would take this 100 times over holding onto the football with no plan, right? Like, I will take rifle the ball to your wide receiver one, ask him to go make a catch for you. The only difference. So we're going to take... I'm so upset. Who's the best contested catch guy on the roster? Why is it DJ? I like DJ. I'm not trying to tank on DJ. But if you're gonna run a tight space route, why is it the short guy? Like, why is it the shortest of the three? And so, at least to me, I'm like, I'm not telling you Rome does make this catch, but I think the DB gets less of a clean shot at it personally, just off of size and length. Yeah, right, Falco? Like, the DB gets a very crisp shot at this. This should have been a pick. But I'm okay with that. Test the back shoulder window. That's what the rookie year's for. But the who's who in the zoo thing, as I've heard it called, is just a little weird to me. John, it's just a tight window red zone thing. Oh, speaking of Rome, everybody, take a deep breath, right? Put your wedding ring on because, this could test your faith a little bit. Watch Rome separate for us. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Like, that is gorgeous. Demo, I think it's one of the best routes of the day. Like, we get a great release. We get fighting through physicality. We get timing. We get a catch and a step forward. That can't get any better. It's a 6-yard out route. I understand that. And I know, new poster, at least it's against a first rounder. Like, rookie, but a first rounder. But I really struggle with watching plays like this from Rome, and the Bears only put him in as their third receiver. Like, get him more ISO targets, man. Come what may. Piss a veteran off. Like, live with it. Figure it out. That's my opinion anyways. In my opinion, Ben, so Keenan's route is awesome. Keenan's route generates more separation. I personally think this route is harder because this route is on time. Keenan's route gets a ton of time. So I used to talk about this in college, or like when we're watching college tape, but I think one of the hardest parts about NFL Open, right, is that you don't get to make 3 moves, right? Here, Rome releases, makes one move, but in that one move, frankly, in everything, like in the release, he gives a head fake. So you see a head fake right there. We're already trying to get Arnold to swivel his hips, just like he does, right? Then, as we approach, we get another head and shoulder fake. We get Arnold to overcommit. Then we have to fight through the contact. And we do. We generate the separation that we need. I think this is much harder than shaking a linebacker in zone. No disrespect to Keenan Allen. His route is rad, but this is a man-beating one-on-one route, and it has to be perfect. I mean, it has to be feet perfect to get there, and it is. And Caleb delivers the throw, and it looks so good. I mean, it's the kind of thing where when I look at Rome and I see a future wide receiver one, those are the routes I'm looking at. And they're so good. And I think you could build an offense off of it. And if Rome's lost, you live with it, right? You deal with it. But for the most part, I would be fine with all the mistakes. If they get you more plays like that, more plays down the field, and a better connection between the two. That's just my opinion. Nothing really here. Like, sure, Colin Johnson does not get his block, but you can watch other videos for breakdowns on that. We're low on time. Caleb gets back to his third read. Keenan Allen's wide open. How is Keenan Allen wide open? Because, so here's the play. It's hard to tell whether it's DJ that's the number one. I actually think it's Swift, who Swift is running like a running back choice route, because it's the red zone, or it's the low red zone. A lot of times they'll run that, but Swift gets stuffed, right? So he gets owned the moment that he does. Now DJ's on an island, which is going to push you to Cole Kmet. Cole Kmet also strapped in this moment, which then gets you to read number 3. It's Keenan Allen on a whip route. And now I want to take you back and let you watch Keenan Allen. First, like, here's Kmet. He doesn't get further open. What does Keenan do? Keenan gets off the line, gets into a curl position, then gives another fake back this way, and generates 5 yards of separation. Caleb's amped. Even here, I think it's funny. You can feel Caleb being rushed. Tell me I'm out of my mind, right? This is not calm feet in the pocket. As soon as Caleb sees 98 on the ground like that, we get hitch, hitch. He'll have to work these like little jumps out of his game. Like you can feel Caleb still learning to be comfortable in an NFL pocket with now almost 50 to 60 sacks on the season. So it's not easy. It's not easy being a rookie in the NFL, and it's especially not easy dealing with, like, in some cases, 15 sacks over, like, 2 games at points. But gets the job done. Bears go 2-point conversion. Oh, I agree, Ben. It's more that felt like a couple of half hitches. So I think Caleb skips a read on this play. Like, he's watching Keenan Allen, and then he comes back across the field to look at Rome Odunze, and then he looks at Cole Kmet. And what a bummer, right? Because here's the question, right? Is Keenan Allen open? No. Is Colin Johnson open, who it looks like he's looking at? Yes. Boom. Right? Colin Johnson gets very open, but he needed a second. So does he need to play a little faster? Does Caleb need to play a little slower? Welcome to rookie living, right? You mentioned, Ben, no trust. There's an element of, I don't think Caleb is like calm in the pocket. That's fine, right? It's Thursday on Thanksgiving in his 13th start. You're not looking at anybody who gives rookies more grace than me. I just amp up the grading curve a lot in their second year. New poster. He's running that tight end bully route, right? It's the curl. It's the long stem curl where you just go hit the guy and turn around. And hey, if it's open, it's open, right? Next drive, Bears are starting to make their comeback. You guys, or chances are all of us are sitting there thinking the same thing. They're sitting there thinking, oh my God, the Bears are actually back in this game. What am I watching? The Bears are back in this game. Are the Bears gonna? No chance, right? The Bears aren't possibly. They're not gonna pull this off. They couldn't pull this off, right? But we're all thinking it. Like it's fourth quarter on Thanksgiving. And Caleb's checking the wristband. He checks the wristband a lot. JT mentioned it. I don't personally care. If you care, you care. He takes a sack on a play that I personally. There's a lot I'll criticize for DJ Moore. Okay. If I was DJ Moore, this would drive me nuts, right? DeAndre Carter sets us the ideal pseudo pick. DJ gets wide open. Why is Caleb not throwing it to DJ? I don't know. And on this play, we have to get the ball out somewhere. We have to dump it to Rome. We have to dump it, or like, I think we have to throw it to DJ. It's why you can't just come off your first read. Maybe DJ has no trust at all with Caleb. If that's the case, you got to figure it out, because you let a play go like that, and then you take a sack on I wouldn't be surprised, Bailey. Bailey, you joke about that. If I was Caleb, DJ's antics would piss me off. It would be hard to watch the tape and want to continue throwing the ball his way. I mean, I'm not trying to be vindictive, Bailey. I'm trying, like, if I'm a quarterback trying to play a good game and I can't trust that the receiver is where he's supposed to be, what do you want from me, right? I just can't throw there. But you take a sack like this in a moment like this, and I think it really hurts you. It doesn't take a genius, not a brain genius, to figure that out. But a sack like that feels completely avoidable. He's open. You got to throw it. From an offensive line perspective, it's another rep, honestly, where I don't think Jenkins is quite good enough. Like, there's been a couple of these that I've spun past. Shelton gets beat too, but I'm looking for a little more from Jenkins, personally. Just because if Jenkins wants to get extended, I think he has to play like a leader, right? As a guard, I think you have to win and win often. And getting bullied like that, that's sweet from the tackle, like, no doubt. So 0 sum, but it's a big sack to give up. 3rd and 18. This, to me, Ben, is a perfect... Ben, I feel like I'm talking to you explicitly for some reason. This, to me, is a perfect example of, like, the current Caleb conundrum, right? Where 3rd and 18 need a huge play, okay? They dial up a one-on-one man beater for DJ to go win on 3rd and 18. 3rd and 18. And where's the rookie? Standing in his own end zone. If you've ever heard me say anything, it's that nobody is ever quite fair. I don't believe. Nobody is ever quite fair to how frightening it has to be to stand in an NFL end zone as a young quarterback. I always think anybody who can make a play from inside their own end zone, especially from within the pocket, is doing something much harder than people give them credit for. Not that you shouldn't expect it. NFL's hard. You got to live up to the standard. But more saying that because Caleb gives you a catchable football on the wrong shoulder, right? And DJ drops it. Almost gets picked. The question that you have to ask yourself is the ball good enough? And I'll tell you this. In the same breath that I'll tell you I think Caleb can do better, I think Caleb should do better, especially with this much time to line the throw up. I have a hard time believing that a ball that hits you in the shoulder shouldn't be caught, especially if you're paid. Especially if you're paid $23 million a year. Like, I don't think it's cope to say you have to catch this ball. And like you're saying, like ZTF, I'm more saying like the Caleb conundrum is kind of like this, if you ask me. Where is it is the ball perfectly out in stride? No. But is it catchable? Yeah, it's on frame, right? Like it hits you in the shoulder with a basic adjustment. It's a catch that's got to be made. And I know the Bears end up with a chance to win this later, but y'all, I would argue the sad part is, like, I don't know what you think, or I don't know what y'all think in the chat. In my opinion, this is one of the best plays of the game. It's one of the best schemed plays. Like, we got a guy open, but 3rd and 18, throwing on time, got to convert it from the Bears end zone. And you will. If you just catch the ball, you will. And like you're saying, Damo, if it's perfect, then you might have a shot to get a move in space and keep running. But it's not perfect. It's still good enough for the first down. If you catch it. But you don't. It's an inaccurate ball, but it is catchable. On a tough play. In my opinion. Tough play because it's a tough situation in the fourth quarter and you're standing in your end zone trying not to get hit. And we could take a look at the footwork, and I think it's interesting. Where is Caleb's pocket footwork helpful? It's funny, right? JT and a couple of other quarterback analysts that I've heard think that this is way too drastic a pocket movement to then reset yourself, heel click, as he calls it, and then deliver an inaccurate football that's behind your guy. But I'll tell you, that in the future, I actually love the fact that Caleb resets the midpoint of the pocket. Like, he feels Braxton getting pushed, slides over to his right, and resets a perfect pocket to throw from. This is great. This is what I liked about Caleb Williams. We just have to clean up the throw point. And if we can clean up the throw point, I love the way we made ourselves safer. And catch a ball on your shoulder. Man, if I was a Lions fan and they had lost this game, this one would haunt me. Like, I would want our guys to catch that. So then we get to the drive, right? Yeah, there it is, right, Bailey? Toss crack. The Bears get the edge and don't win and don't get a plus run. Shame, shame. I know your name. Oh, it's not the last drive. It's the second to last drive. We're burned through some of these. Pass play. We get out and run. Good slide. Was there anything there? I don't know. You tell me. Like, you honestly tell me on Keenan or like Kmet and Keenan. I think maybe you could push this thing, but at the same time, if you throw it to Rome, I think it's picked. You're gonna have to push it to Kmet. If you don't, I think running it's probably the best option. Like action here. There's a point where if you're a dual threat enough quarterback, I have no problem with you seeing a gaping middle of the middle of the field and just going and taking the yards that you can get. You just can't do it all the time, and you got to be accurate on the other ones. But this is fine. Force them to contain you. 2nd and 11 becomes 3rd and 4. We love that. And we lost yards on toss crack where we had the edge. More of this, please. Also, Rome didn't used to set picks very well. Like, let's give Rome a little bit of credit. I've been looking for Rome to develop. I've been wanting Rome to show me he understands how to be a teammate. I've been wanting this so badly. This might be the best example that isn't a blocking play, right? Rome is going to run this hard. He's going to put his shoulders straight into 2, and he's going to set a soft rub on Kmet against one of the best defenders that they have. Kmet runs a free and easy route, makes a nice catch, throws right where it needs to be. And honestly, throws like this always make me feel, personally, they always make me feel like it's a matter of comfort, right? Because for as much as Caleb sprays, then you get these balls where they are handed to the guy. Perfect. It's not that hard to throw. Don't hear me saying it's an impossible throw, but I'm sure you guys feel the same way, where inaccuracy is generally pretty inaccurate. I mean, you don't usually luck into 10 perfect balls a game, right? Like, usually if you're inaccurate, you remain inaccurate and everything is catchable but imperfect. And there are enough of these where the depth is perfect, the velocity is perfect, the placement is perfect, where I sit here and I wonder, okay, with a little more comfort, how much more often can you get these? I don't know. But good for you, Homer. And like somebody was saying, it's pretty much the same leverage that he didn't throw to DJ on. So it is funny to see that he just trusts Kmet and Rome to do it. Does that mean anything? Ooh, X-Files moment. Funny play here. So Lions set up in a 2-high safety set that they run a lot of Tampa 2 or cover 2 out of, right? They're really not a quarters team. Caleb takes a look out here at an out route that I think he's a little quick to come off of, but he might be looking at this safety who remains. So if he's got 2 high, I think he's thinking, oh, 2 high. Let me split this down the middle, right? Throws. But he's 2 high at the same time. That's punnier than I expected it. But also, is DJ running this route really hard? Could he get there if he was? I don't know. In fact, I can't tell you that he would get there. I'll never be able to tell you that, right? I could just tell you that at least the way DJ's running to me, this looks like he's marking the route, is the way I learned it in theater class. Marking, as in like, you're not really taking it seriously, right? Here, Ben says he can't see the ball, so let's check it out from this angle. You have to be deeper into the route if you're going to have a shot at this. It's too high. It's even over the safety. But it's a shame that we target a receiver who I don't think is running very hard, but that happens, I guess. Larry Borum, all right. I hope I don't say this often, right? Larry Borum is completely unplayable. Like, at this point, Larry Borum had to come into the game because Wright got hurt on a play where apparently I wasn't paying any attention because I don't remember it. But Larry Borum was completely unplayable. And I mean, start to finish, lost, technically unsound, unplayable. I guess you're right, Magix. Like, it's easy to say that, but a lot of DJ's routes weren't pretty. Oh, man. I mean, okay, so on this play, we end up with some fairly quick pressure. What are they running? Looks like it's an iteration again of like shallow cross with a dig, and then I'm not sure what Keenan's doing. But Borum basically gets got on a stunt because he loses his man. So Caleb's got to figure out what he's going to do. I don't think that's so bad. I love Caleb being able to get wide on a play like this. Like, what am I obsessed with? There is an element of physical creativity that you see from really special quarterbacks across the league. Okay. And when I watch that creativity, why am I on the highlighter? There we go. Okay, we're back. When I watch creative quarterbacks, generally, I couldn't tell you why, but it's this like outside the numbers range where they just do wild stuff, right? Josh Allen in particular is a guy who makes a bunch of plays on the sidelines. I love the fact that Caleb looked like he's running. It looks to me like he checks the marker right here. Like he says, hang on, am I able to throw this? And then does. He says, okay, well, let me get sideways and just flick the ball downfield. Be creative with it. New poster. I understand that not everybody is all for physical talent in a quarterback. Physically speaking, Caleb Williams does some stuff that is hard to explain other than saying it's like I've just seen it in college enough, right? Like Drake May, amazing physical quarterback, truly so fast for his size, a gun of an arm, some great form when he steps into it, command when it comes to how he delivers the football. And then you look at Caleb, and if I can be honest with you guys, I think part of why I'm comfortable with the way that this season has gone, I hate it from the Bears side, but looking from the Caleb side, I kind of get it, because I think the part that I didn't think about when it came to Caleb Williams translating, in my opinion, was Caleb can do so much that paring down what works and doesn't work was always going to take more time than the guys who play football one way. Caleb can, I mean, I don't want to say it like make this sound too fake. Caleb can kind of do anything. Stuff like this is pretty wild. And so because he can kind of do anything, that means, to use an example from earlier, because Caleb can kind of do anything, that means that Caleb will tell himself that he can hard slide into the left, back all the way out of the pocket, step back up into the pocket, then drift to his right and throw half across his body to a receiver that's cutting this way. And then the ball dives on him, sinks way down here with the receiver over here, and you go, Caleb, what the heck are you doing? Right? Like, you look at a play like that and you say to yourself, Caleb, what are you thinking? And it's as simple as, well, it's worked with him. Like in high school, it worked, in college, it worked, and in the pros, it's a little too fast. You can't do all that. And so you have to pare down your options. You have to figure out how to play it the right way. What does the right way look like? Where can you bend the rules? Where actually do the rules like bend against you? Right? And what can you do? What can't you do? When should you try it? When should you not? And that's all something that I think takes time to figure out. And I think we are seeing it come together. I haven't had a sub 200-yard game in a hot minute, so that's good. And against the tough stretch, I mean, I tend to doubt that when we knew we were playing Green Bay, Minnesota, Detroit, you thought to yourself, oh, well, he'll throw for a bunch more yards than he did against Arizona and New England. It's a wheel. He goes back shoulder. He misses. We could keep going, but there's too much tape to go through. It's a miss. It's practically a throwaway at that. 2nd and 10. There we go. I like these completions. I do. See Keenan open on the choice. Dart it to him. Yes, please. More of this. If you want to get me excited, unironically, it's these. Yes, the rolling out. Like, Caleb rolling out, getting sideways to the sidelines and flicking it to DJ will make me laugh and tell you how special he is. But in terms of him growing as a quarterback, it's this stuff. Where it's like, Keenan Allen choice route, back of our drop, dart. On target. Fit through a window. More of this. Sets up 3rd and 1. Okay, that's kind of fun. It looks like Caleb likes what he sees because Caleb's going to give a check here and DJ acknowledges it. I don't know what he's telling him, but this is kind of neat, isn't it? Where, knowing what we know, Caleb gives him, hey, do what you do. DJ gives him the signal back. And then, whoosh. Ball in a bucket. Goodness, Larry. Sorry to hate. I'm so mad about the draw and a couple of the other players that happened late that, like, Larry Borum looking like that is just crazy. And yeah, Ben, 100%. 100% Ben. Like, they, on this one, instead of getting DJ lit up, Caleb holds Kerry Joseph. Improvement directly from that first play. And then he makes a throw under pressure. Ball in a bucket. That's beautiful. And look at it hold him. Look at it hold him. Simple stuff. Like, watch Kerry. Kerry can't move. Now he knows he's hosed. He's never going to get there. And I'll tell you another thing that's pretty crazy. I don't care what you think. I have heard so many times after during the Justin Fields era that it is impossible to make a throw in a phone booth. Impossible. It's not impossible. It's just extremely difficult. Caleb Williams rises up to make this throw and gets bumped in the chest, so he has to jump to get it out at all, right? He's basically just flicking it through the air, nearly no lower body, just maintaining his form by popping his feet and just flicks it through. It's nuts. Bask, I actually don't know. I made it to about this point in his video, so everything is this. And like you're saying, Falco, 100%. Anything intermediate's got to come out. Loft angles are there. Like, I'm reinterpreting what you're saying. But yeah, it is Magic's, where it's like you have to be able, as your quarterback, or as a quarterback, your job is to figure it out. It's not an excuses thing, right? You have to figure it out. And it's good footwork that Caleb just instinctively does what he's got to do to get the ball up and down, and he does. Pretty. Here we go. Here we go, fam. It's the drive. Ball a little inside Keenan. Keenan gets a little too excited about it. I get it. Helmet ripped off. Sucks that you don't get the call. If you're going to pick an unsportsmanlike penalty, or if you're going to take one, take it there. It is kind of funny, Ben, when you look at the way that this game ended. When you think about like where they started field position wise, it's like, that's a tough game for the Bears offense. So nice that they did anything. Here, it's the only time that I've seen. Okay, so here's a very NFL play for you, right? As far as what they're actually running, it is pick, stick, and then drive on this side. Caleb Williams is going to try to check it down to Rome on the drive play. 80 or whoever this is, 29, is going to try to take Rome's head off. When Rome got that ball, I mean, you can tell me whatever you want to. I learned this as Devin Aromashadu's alligator arms, right? Where Rome is running, Caleb wants him to keep running. Rome doesn't really want to get hit like that. And so you even see Caleb afterwards, like if you watch Caleb telling Rome, hey, you got to go, man. You got to get through. What does that mean? You tell me. But in the NFL, sometimes a receiver's got to be willing to take a hit because that's how you can make somebody miss. Gosh, I'm obsessed. I know there are plenty of people. I think it will settle out. This does not bother me like it bothers some people. Like this little reset moving from here to here, and suddenly we've got this beautiful lane. Beautiful lane. Might have been. Or he might have taken a big hit. 3rd and 7. 3 minutes left. Got to make a play. Bears run mesh. Kmet runs it perfectly. Before you tell me Kmet doesn't know what he's doing, or that it's all a coaching problem, hey, past a certain point, it's an execution thing. Kmet does a perfect job there, and DJ does the rest. Let's revisit it one more time. Kmet comes across the field. I've seen this called a bluff block, where he's going to bluff that he's going to hit him, and then he gets out of the way. Completely legal. So long as you don't touch him, you have to, or like, so long as you don't touch him, it's legal. Why DJ stop? He's a receiver. Receivers don't want that hit. Plus, he thinks he can probably cut back inside. And he was, Eric. Tough leverage for that DB. Yeah, the Shelton box out block. I really don't know what the Bears want on this one. I've seen this play a couple times. I think they're looking for a similar hit to what they had earlier. Plus, they've got Kmet on a choice route that Rome is decoying for. But all of this is pretty long resolving. And so when Caleb wants to work, I actually don't know what he's looking for, to be honest with you. Maybe he wants the shot downfield. If he wants the shot downfield, sorry, bud, it's covered, right? By the time he realizes he's covered, though, Borum gets whooped. I don't know, Bailey, if he drops too deep. I think your left tackle's got to give you more than this, right? Like, if you watch Borum just gives up the edge very badly. 89 barely has to run around him. He goes down and through, as opposed to having to get pushed around the pocket. Look at Braxton. Braxton's handling it. Actually, Braxton's buried his guy. Then, once we're out here, 86 realizes I can get downhill on this. I think Caleb has to throw it away. What I will say, and I do think this is a legitimate criticism, losing the play is Borum's fault. Once Caleb gets to here, we have to recognize that going back up through the pocket is probably a sack. Yes, there may be times in the future where it ends up being a really positive play. We will have to learn when to pick our battles. But in those moments, I would tell you, Spectre, I think we actually have to roll out to our right and just throw the ball away. It's first down, right? Situational football, to me, is sometimes understanding that living to fight another down is better than taking another sack and another hit. Caleb will figure it out. I really think he will. And like you're talking about, new poster, if Borum just seals this guy off, maybe Caleb gets out of the pocket and makes a big play. So maybe it is just like all Borum's fault, right? I could hear it. Man, Larry, act like you want to be there. But I also think typically if the team either has to learn to block for Caleb Williams or Caleb Williams needs to roll out to his right and throw the ball away. On this new poster, if you know me at all, after Mitch, after Justin, I am actually trying to skew against the quarterback. I don't know if you've picked up on that this season, right? Like, I'll give you my honest interpretation of why it might be and not be the quarterback's fault, but I'm trying to skew against the quarterback. But just because I'd rather be fair like that, if you follow. A lot of times in the past, it was basically excuses the show. And so I literally don't know. It feels that way, doesn't it, Jail Bro? Where it's like, it's a team thing. And then here's what's weird, Ben. Look at where DJ catches this. Where's that? Hey, Ben. Where does DJ catch this? Ben tends to pick this stuff up. Here's what's weird, okay? This is the same throw. Like, if we go back here, 45, just for when I need it. Is it this way? Tell me that's not the same throw. Maybe the placement is slightly better, but look at how much more inside DJ is. DJ is shallower and probably multiple yards inside compared to off here. So the question is DJ off his landmark or is Caleb wrong? It could be either, right? But then you go back to the play we were just looking at. No, here's the sack. You go back to the play we were just looking at. And there's DJ coming up high for a route where you'd swear he's closer to the sidelines. And I can't honestly tell if he's the same. It looks like he's deeper than he was. I love the push off for sure. But it's interesting to see that this ball is at the sidelines because DJ curls differently. Third and 1. Hand it off. Good on you, Swift. Yeah, I think so, Falco. So many miscommunications, Ben. You get sick of them. Oh, yeah. Ben, this is the cold sweat part, right? This is where you're like, oh my word, they're going to beat the Lions. I want to go back to what Bailey said because I think it's important. Okay, so sack, 2nd and 15, right? 2nd and 15. Stuff's dire, right? Okay, we need a big play, right? Line up. Our $23 million receiver makes a big catch. Who's excited? I mean, you'd swear they're not allowed to move. Like, you get a couple of let's goes from the four amigos over here, right? So apparently the linebackers, the linebackers like the team because we've seen Sanborn and a couple of the others get animated. But dude, like, Javon Dexter's not even watching. and I don't care. Like, it's not that I'm trying to be the sideline police, but like, there's 3 minutes left in the ball game. We're driving to win at this point. And you'd think that the sideline, it's the first quarter. We just went from 2nd and 15. We just went from 2nd and 15 to 3rd and 1. We just went from a no leverage situation to a major leverage change. And like you're saying, I mean, seriously, Alexander, it's probably not strange because, I mean, you'd think that this team doesn't, they're driving to win. They're driving to beat a team that's 9-1. They're trying to beat a team that is 9-1. Look at this. Look at how few, look at the coaches. You got one dude clapping. There's one dude clapping. Thank you, Tori, for giving us an Aussie clap. Goodness. You tell me if you think that's weird. Because the more I watch this, look, here's the other end. Nobody gives. Nobody cares. Look at Mercedes Lewis. Hands on the hips, baby. Okay, I guess. Yeah, 3rd and 1, sure. I mean, you've got some of these coaches. Case, I know you've seen it in like the Niners and the Rams and a couple of these where you've got assistant coaches that are running up and down the field, hitting them with the Baker Mayfield, first down, baby, first down. You got people on the sidelines all pointing, and it's basically just wild energy, right? Now I want to see what happens on this play because there's nothing that should get a football team hyped like a really good run. But I even wonder if we'll get a sideline look. I don't think we will. Good block. Good block, Jenkins. Good block, Jenkins. Man, look at this. Jenkins gets 1. Jenkins gets 2. He's missed a couple, but that's big. Quentin, what we just talked about might be worth going back 10 minutes. Okay, I want to show this to Quentin. Quentin's my guy. Q, one thing that is bizarre. So, Bears just took a sack. It's 2nd and 15, right? They go dart throw. I call it it's a dart just because of the way that it's thrown. Okay, I'm not trying to overrate a curl. But we go curl route. What is up with the sideline, Quentin? Like 92 goes to go get DJ Moore. But why does the sideline not care? Like, I have trouble understanding this because I've never played NFL professional football, but I have played sports. And in sports, the bench gets juiced. It's weird if you're not, at least on the teams that I played on. You got to be hyped up. Like, contact sports are energetic. Even non-contact sports are energetic in plenty of cases. It's competitive. If you're competitive, things get fiery. What is up with that? Yeah, Spectre, maybe. Man, I hope we get... You know what, Spectre? I know I haven't said this on Twitter. I know I'm taking the exact opposite aim on Twitter because I am trying to help people stay anchored to what matters, right? But Spectre, you know what? If Thomas Brown comes out here, shows a little energy, gets the boys rallying, the boys compete, and they go win, let's say 4 of these games out of the next 5, I'm interested, right? Like, if you come out and you make a major difference, I'm going to be honest, man. If you could just make me a fan again, like, if you can just stir that young teenager in me that just wants to go, hell yeah, go Bears, right? Instead of like a lot of the boring and frankly dire football that I've watched for a hot minute. Like, you know what, Thomas? Just give us something fun, right? Help the team look like they're having fun. You look like you're having fun. Show us that this team like gives a damn. You know what I mean? And you know what? I'll be honest with you. I've been making fun of the idea that Vrabel would come in and, okay, maybe this is just me, right? I see Vrabel as the guy that would come in and he would coach like hard-nosed asshole, because that's what a lot of guys like Vrabel do, right? And the Bears would win some games, but mostly they would just be kind of grousy, because a lot of these defensive head coach teams, they do not seem like they like playing football. Case in point, hey, look, I love Mike Tomlin. I think Mike Tomlin's an amazing head coach. I think the Steelers are fun to watch. George Pickens does not look like he likes to be a Steeler, right? Like, actually keeping guys accountable does not always seem like it's fun in some of those cases. But it looks like it's extremely fun to be a 49er or to be a Ram, right? For some of these offensive coaches, it seems as if playing football for them is just a great time, like a great time. And so I understand, Damo. I hear you about the acceptance stage. It's the truth. Like, that I don't have any control. I got to accept it. I want Ben Johnson. But you know what? I want Thomas. If Thomas Brown's going to get the chance and the players are going to speak this highly of him, hell yeah, man. Show me something. Show us all something. So tough. So the Lions play this pretty well, but they're also not exactly fooled by what the Bears have going on with DJ. So then at that point, you're looking at, oh, this is pretty brutal. So it looks to me like this is a form of like a delayed release go. Like, it looks to me as if this is like an option release, and it's a long option release into a go route, right? And I can tell you, I watched Keenan Allen win on a lot of these just last year. But I want you to watch Keenan Allen now. We are strapped. we are as strapped gets. Caleb holds the safety, comes back to his number one option. There's nothing there. You can't take a sack, but I don't know where you're supposed to go with the football. Like, too many sacks late. You can't throw this. Like, the DB is so on him, right? That I don't think you can throw it. So you probably have to just spin the ball over DJ's head or something like that if you're going to throw it away. And I don't think that Rome is open, because I think that anything you throw to Rome, Kirby Joseph is going to drive on, right? But that one, ooh, that's tough. Swift is coming across the formation, getting lost. Oh, Larry Borum is, I mean, who is it, Andy? Larry Borum is completely unplayable. Like, okay, maybe this is taking it too far, but I've seen a lot of people tell me how bad Darnell Wright is. There are a lot more tackles like this than you think. Like, I'm not trying to tell you that Larry Borum didn't have a horrible game, but there are a lot more tackles that are this bad. And you look at somebody like Darnell Wright, and it's like the difference between, like, does this make sense, Quentin? It's like the difference between a talented player that has not reached their potential and is delivering just all right versus an unplayable player is not as wide a talent difference as you think, but it is a massive, massive, massive production difference. I mean, Wright gave up no pressures whole game, whole game. Uh, and Larry Borum, I swear, Quentin, I really think he might have given up a pressure on 80% of his snaps. Like, I felt that bad. It felt that bad that, like, Larry Borum was truly so bad. He was so unplayably bad in a game like this. It was stark. It was so stark. Just watching Borum hit this game and be, oh, Ben, it's terrible. Like, it's very rare, I think, that you blame everything on one tackle. Normally, man, like Ben, normally when you hear people blaming it all on one tackle, you know they're being out of pocket, right? But Borum was so bad in this game. Okay, Caleb, get it. What do we got downfield? We've got Rome on a choice route. We've got Kmet running another body route. It's honestly an okay route by Cole Kmet. So we go Rome to Kmet. I think we can throw this. I get why Caleb doesn't, because you've got a hanging corner over here, and maybe he feels dicey about it. But I mean, that is a throw that I think I would like to see Caleb eventually just let go, right? But that's what it is. This throw right here, I would like him to make. I mean, because I think Cole Kmet is as open as you're going to get Cole Kmet. It's a competitive-ish route by Jack Campbell, but I think Cole does his job there. Hey, thank goodness Caleb is athletic. Go get you some. And let's see here. The other piece to it that I will give Caleb credit for, Spectre, in my case. So with Justin, one thing that bothered me was that Justin would basically get back in the pocket, and then he would leave the pocket out of the back most of the time, or he would come straight up the gut. And so Justin wouldn't really beat a tackler. This is totally me I'm just saying, this is totally me just citing my own biases. But if you're going to do the thing where you run down the field and like go get yardage with your feet. Can't believe that took so long. Forgive me. Then at least beat somebody, right? And when Pryor gets toasted right here and Caleb beats him, okay, you know what? Okay, sure. Go run, right? Like, maybe I'm just picking on my biases. But yeah, if your pocket movement breaks a tackle, go be a runner, sure. At that point, they will have broken contain, and you've got the ability to do it. So I feel like the quarterback earned it, right? And I do think, Andy, that once he got to the back of his drop, I think that, so here he's looking at Rome, here he's looking at Kmet, throw the ball. Like, here, I do think you can throw that ball to Cole Kmet. I think he's thinking about the guy laying at his feet, to be honest with you. Caleb right now, I don't want to say he's seeing ghosts. He's not. But I think that his pressure sense is a little too alert. Like, it's good that Caleb is feeling where pressure is. But I also think that as soon as he felt this, he didn't really want to be there, right? Like, as soon as 98 got to that point, he's already backing up and looking for where else he can go with the ball on something like that. Whereas I think he could plant and throw this to Kmet, but you got to get there later. Oh, I get you, Andy. 100%. But yeah, I mean, Spectre, exactly, right? Where you get a guy sacked dead to rights, and look at how simple that move is, isn't it? Step out, step in, see ya. That was Liatu Latu on like 4 plays in the UCLA game. And we get some controlled contact, and now it's 2nd and 17. It's funny, right, Ben? Instead of here's where I'll challenge you, Ben. I think there's a play there. So that's where Caleb right now, I think, is making a play out of something, right? So we're taking something and we're making another play. But, hey, at least we're using our abilities to do it, right? Instead of a play that is all together luck with sort of a cheat code of athleticism. Because, hey, kudos to Justin, man. One of the most bursty and athletic runners at the quarterback position. If you give him a small seam, he will take you for 35 yards. Like, I am all the way there, right? But at least Caleb's dodging a pocket rusher, because if you can do that, then yeah, you can run right up the pocket. I really only say all this just to be clear. Like, I really only Quentin. I just watched that clip the other day. I only say all this because as I watch Caleb Williams grow, I actually want to see more plays like this. Tight window. Hits the back of the guy, or hits the back of the defender's head. It's not perfect. It's not even good, but I like this. Like, I will take this over all the scrambles up the pocket right now because, yeah, go try to hit that window. Like, I hear you, Ben, on it being turnover worthy, but you know what? We called this play to get a double pick for a keen down slant. You got to be brave. You got to throw it. And he probably could look for Kmet, like you're saying. There's a veteran moment where, I mean, in my opinion, Ben, against almost any defense, especially against a man defense, if Caleb looks and he sees this right here, I wouldn't think the guy was gonna. I wouldn't think the guy was gonna fall off either, right? But he did fall off. I was about to say, Jail Bro, Andy, where I'll challenge you is that I think that the funny part about the no INT record is that I do think Caleb throws a ball that is very hard for, I mean, it's hard for some of his receivers to catch. I think it's very tough for DBs to catch. Okay, like for instance, Andy, let me use an example. We just recently watched, did you watch any part of the Falcons playing the Chargers, right? Maybe you and I. So I've seen this old video of 50-year-old Warren Moon spinning it to average people, and they can't catch the ball because there's too many RPMs on it. When an NFL quarterback throws it, the ball spins too fast for most of us to throw it, right? But Kirk Cousins was throwing some lollipops. Like, those things got pick sixed, and you could see him from all the way. Like, did y'all see that Kirk Cousins lollipop out to the sideline? That was brutal. That was like a career-ending throw. I'm kind of serious when I say that. Kirk's done way more in the NFL than I ever will, but generally, you start seeing throws like that, it's over. There's no coach that trusts you to throw that. And Andy, I feel like Caleb at this point is throwing fastballs that most of the league has learned to stop throwing because their receivers hate them, right? Like, that's Caleb is throwing some blow your gloves off balls, which the receivers don't like, but the DBs can't catch him. Like, for instance, let's see if I still have it, right? I may have remained organized enough for this one. Let's see. Is it this? No. Week 11 Hall of Fame game. Did I just stash them all in here? No. Where is it? Oh, it's PSG3. Let's see. Dang it. Okay, so I wiped my hard drive fairly recently and didn't have and don't have the first game. But Andy, do you remember when Caleb ripped that middle in week 1? And it was a throw to DJ that he missed like a 2 feet in front of him, and it hit the DB clean in the face. Like, if you remember, Caleb threw it so hard where it looks like the safety knew he was going to catch an interception, and then the ball got up on him so fast that he just never had a chance, and it just hits him in the face and explodes out another direction. I think that's the one that Rome caught, right? The play where Rome caught it and then fumbled, and then Tevin Jenkins dove on it, the crazy one to open the season. It's just funny looking back. And like you said, Case, it's kind of the Josh Allen thing, where if you just rip the ball and you know what, that's keeping your interception safe, then whatever. Not whatever, but hey, if it works, it works. Doesn't it, Bailey? It's been a long season. Goodness, Kmet. He does get called for this, right? What are we doing? And it's so violent. Like what does Cole think is coming? Does he think he's trying to then make it look incidental with the flop right here? I think he thinks he's making it incidental, but it's not. It's just bad. Like it's just really bad football. I'm right there with you, Spectre. Him, you know what? Spectre. I would never condone this. I would never condone the following. Okay? But if you were going to do this, knee to knee him. Right? We on the same page? If you're going to do this, you just run at full speed and that knee comes out and you both go down. Right? If that was like you shouldn't. Knee to knee is extremely dangerous for everybody involved. But if you were going to play it, if you were going to try to guarantee contact, like you've just got to run at full speed and incidental him really hard, and that's tough. It's not easy. Or bluff block him, or just curl around him. Like do anything, not that. Both of them flop. Play gets called back. 4th and 4 becomes 4th and 14. And I went, all right, well, there you go. We had a good game. It's over. And I got to tell you, if there's one thing that makes me feel better about this loss, it's that this play felt like Goodell called a gift in. You're allowed to disagree. Because that is DPI. But I don't think DJ fought for this hard enough. And I thought it was one of the softest. If that happened to a Bears defender, I would freak out. Okay? Not a refs guy. This was a gift, if you ask me. The OPI, like, Cole, we got to make a play. This put us at the 25. Oh, yeah, it did, Spectre. What is... Does DJ get the snap count wrong? Is this has to be it, right? This has to be... Is this the one where JT writes FU? Right? Like, does he get the snap count wrong? Damn, I think that's hilarious. I think this is embarrassing. Feel free to call me the internet guy in the chair, right? But it's 4th and 14. It's 4th and 14. It is the last play of the game. Okay? There's not a minute left on the clock. This is the last play of the game. This is it. You have to make this play. Right? Worse, you're the guy that gets the ball. You're the guy that gets the ball on this play. And what do we just not see it get snapped? He looks at the sidelines and he almost like makes a face with his hands. Like he's just surprised that he got jammed. Like he's insulted. I have no idea what's going on. This is beyond me. This is beyond me. Keenan runs this route like a normal person, right? And it's funny. I would think Rome is actually pretty open. So if Caleb can keep it alive, there's a part of me that would love to see Caleb just put this ball out there. Just chuck it out there and let Rome go run to it, right? Like you've got a double bracket, but you've got Rome running. God, I did it again. You've got a double bracket right here, and then you've got Rome ripping to the other edge of to the other end of the field. So you're in a good spot to where you can just loft that ball out there, unless that's like not the play call, right? If it's not the play call, then I guess Caleb's not expecting it. But it is so sad, isn't this? I think it's sad. Where Caleb gets here and he loads to throw. And I think he's looking for DJ. Yeah, I think Caleb panics. Honestly, looking at this, I think it's panic. Kudos on Caleb. You want to talk about arm talent? If you want to talk about it at all, you only get the call because you gave it a chance, right? Like, you only get the call because you threw the ball at all. Rhyme being unimportant, but you do have to throw it. On 4th and 14, you have to throw it. I've seen a lot of Bears quarterbacks run it or take a sack in these situations. You will never get a chance for the referees to bail you out if you don't throw it, and you don't have the ability to, while fading backwards, throw it about 40 yards, Ben, from what I can tell. But you do get the call. Yeah, I think the moment that Caleb moves this way, clearly Caleb trusts Keenan a lot. Like, clearly Caleb Williams trusts Keenan Allen a lot. Maybe too much sometimes. Keenan's never coming open on that. In my opinion, with 31 sitting underneath, you're never getting Keenan Allen there. You got to be willing to throw it to Rome. But yeah, he might be a clear out route. Look at the Lions. Literally, you want to talk about sideline differences? Hey, is the Bears sideline normal? Look at that. Look at 30's on the field. So's 98. This is actually a decent comparison, don't you think? Here you get to see another sideline reacting. And look at all the people moving. You got these two dudes embracing each other on this side. Like, oh my goodness. You got people running up and down the sidelines. Hey, does it matter? You tell me. But it seems like everybody's pretty engaged. I like that idea, Damo. Let's see our sideline for contrast. Nobody moves at all. Watch the whole play. I mean, Jailbro, you would think that they're edited in. Like, you wouldn't think they're human beings because they don't move at all. You get a couple of it looks like you get a couple of towel whips here right at the end. Right over here. Whoever these two, they can stay on the football team. It does look like a Madden sideline. I think that's crazy, Quentin. I was seeing that earlier. Last drive of the game. Hey, Quentin, it's a minute left in the ball game. You're not playing meaningful snaps. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not going out there to make a stop. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, earlier in the drive, so I didn't realize this until I watched it back, right? Did you know? Because I didn't. The Bears started this drive with 3 timeouts. I actually didn't remember that. I thought they started it with 2. Because I don't remember them burning a random timeout after this play. I don't know what went wrong. Like, we go incomplete to Rome Odunze. We need a timeout for this? Like, we need a timeout for this? I don't know if it's all the way at just take the delay a game. Like, You could go that route if you want to. But you want to talk about an execution failure. It is pretty crazy to think that here, now they're down to 2 timeouts. They get the gift. So 1st and 10. Here's the play everybody has mentioned for you. Just a bizarre skunk ball. We clearly feel some pressure. Clearly. We finally get the block timing down, right? Finally get the pick route. You get it to DJ here. I've seen people go, DJ could score. I really doubt it. I think DJ turns upfield. This guy cuts in. This guy cuts in. And they cut him down to like here. Not that it matters. It always has a chance, right? But I think this is as simple as, honest to goodness, I will not be this hopium-ish often, okay? So just buckle in. I think this one probably haunts Caleb. I think more than any other play this season, to be honest with you. I think that this play probably haunts Caleb Williams. I think he's thinking about this one. I think that there is a chance that we are going to see Caleb put himself into some major harm's way because he's going to realize that if he just stands a little stronger, his team probably wins the game. I think this one sits with him. Because while it's not explicitly his fault, I mean, you get 4 downs for a reason. From here, they start going backwards. 100% Razi. It looks to me like Caleb sees 98 coming down on him and just twinges up. But you have to get a ball there. It doesn't matter how you do it. This place in the game, you have to get a ball there. You can't do it. Honestly, Ben, I think it's as simple as this. Ben, I want you to imitate Caleb Williams, okay? I want you to stand up where you are, okay? And I want you to imitate Caleb Williams' footwork. And I want you to realize that if you imitate this, you will feel your hip snap down, right? You mentioned short arming it, but this rotation, the way he comes backwards and also comes forwards, snaps the ball down. So it's a very normal biological motion. You just have to step through it and take the bump. There's not a lot of options. And like you're saying, Ben, there's got to be a bit of aiming to it. Got to be. But I also think that natural motion tenses his body up. 2nd and 10. Thankfully, clutch master Caleb Williams on 2nd and 10 can make a pretty throw, right? Like, for instance, Arathic, look at this. Here, he stands in there and takes a hit amongst poor form. Look at his feet. Look at his feet on this one. This is messy, but clearly he wanted the last one back, and he lays a great ball out there. Game over. Game over, right? There it is. Ball game. I don't need to show you anything else. It's such a shame. It's such a shame. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, thank you, Bailey. Look, I completely get it. I'm not sitting here going, Jenkins. But yo, you can't push a guy's helmet off. I hear you on bad luck, Ben. You can't push a guy's helmet off. I know these guys are hands to the facing almost every play. Look at Borum fighting for his life out here, right? Like, I get it. Look at Braxton legally holding. I get it. You can't put yourself in position to foul and get paid. Like, I get it. I think there's a chance. Okay, Bears fans, let me be honest with you. You got 123 crazy people in here late night talking about a game that happened on Thursday that feels like it happened a year ago, right? It feels like we're all different people since Thanksgiving somehow, and yet we're not, right? We're still talking about this. But I got to be so honest with you, okay? There's a good chance that in like 5 months, we'll be looking back and we'll say, wow, thank goodness they lost 6 games in a row, because I don't know if the Bears would have had the guts to fire Matt Eberflus if they hadn't had this happen exactly like this, right? I get it. I know that I think getting away from Flus is probably worth it, okay? With that said, these game-losing plays kill me. These game-losing plays just kill me. And to me, this is a game-losing play. Caleb has a game-losing play 2 plays ago, but you know what? He bounces back. He comes back and he makes a strong throw right when you needed it. Also, look at Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen dusts his guy right when you needed it. You just can't punch his helmet off. You just can't. I would rather you just lose. I would rather Tevin Jenkins fall on the ground. I will be fine if you just fall on the ground. But you don't. You lose 10 yards. Flag comes out. There's no doubt about it. Eric, it helps every time. Like the stream if you're enjoying it. Oh, yeah. Caleb gets his head smacked, but also one thing I will point out. So Caleb gets his head smacked, but if there's one thing I would personally choose, just saying, Caleb probably needs to cut the flopping. I am a flop artist at heart. I love a good flop artist. Caleb deploys it a little too often. And when the referee knows that you're a flop artist, they just let you go. Or they just let stuff go, right? I personally think that Caleb needs to start deploying his flops strategically. You can't do it every time. You got to have a bunch of plays where you're tough as nails football player, because then that one time that you flop, the referee will think you just died on the field. You have to be hard-nosed enough for the flop to be believable. But you know what? It's a game-losing play. Sideline check. Let's see. We're not going to get it. Let me see. Do we get a good look at it over here? Hey, at least the defense is up. Am I out of my mind? Look at this. 10 yards. We're about to score a touchdown, right? If, in my opinion, this kind of play, we're about to score a touchdown, okay? We hit this. We're on the 14-yard line. We've got 36 seconds left or something like that. So we're about to score. We're about to flip this to 27-23, and we're about to beat a team that's 9-1. Yeah, I know, Ben. I know they react, but that's it? Am I crazy? Ben, am I out of my mind? Are we not able to move our feet? Are we not able to jump? Right? We just get some nods and some fist bumps. We are acting like we've been there before. We haven't. We haven't been there before. Look at Flus. You'd almost think he's upset. You'd almost think that this pass was incomplete. Keenan makes us a jumping grab, and we just go, all right. Wesley, I get it. I get the tense energy. I do. Maybe that's the case. Maybe they just expected doom. That would be really pessimistic. But I mean, it wouldn't be out of bounds. So I've looked at this a couple times, okay? And I talked with it about this with Quentin. Y'all, I cannot tell what this play is. So it's obvious what it is, okay? This part, this part right here, this is QB draw. The problem is that I cannot tell if it's an RPO QB draw or not. Okay? It either is or it isn't. And the reason I can't tell is because Keenan Allen runs a really convincing out route that is either just there to draw coverage, could be. But also, when Caleb Williams steps up like this, he doesn't tuck the ball and run, right? Like, Caleb doesn't tuck the ball and become a runner. He keeps two hands on the ball like he's actually considering throwing it, but he can't because Coleman Shelton is ineligible immediately. So is Shelton wrong? And they would have taken a fat ineligible? Maybe. Is it RPO QB draw and therefore Shelton's wrong? Like I said, maybe. Or is everybody way more committed to selling it than I would have thought that they might have, than that they are? Could be. Plus, Larry Borum does just turns his brain off. People got mad, okay? Look, I don't have the tape. I would pull it up if I could. People got mad at Darnell Wright getting dummied with one of the sickest ghost moves that I've seen in the NFL. Quentin, I'm sure you remember the play I'm talking about. Week 2 against the Texans when it was Will Anderson, right? Like when Will Anderson just hits an absolutely disgusting, an absolutely filthy, like defensive ends move. Or was it Grenard? I honest to goodness can't remember. It might have been Hunter. But like people got mad because Darnell Wright got beat by a move. And that dude, like Will Anderson, is one of the best defensive linemen in the game. Larry Borum doesn't get off the line. I mean, what are we doing? So Caleb makes a game-losing play. This is crazy if you really think about it. What does it take to lose this game, gals? What does it take to lose this game? It takes back-to-back, right? It takes a game-losing play coupled with a game-losing play, but this one draws the penalty. And yes, I am going to call walking off the line like that a game-losing play. Sue me, right? So here, let's go order. This is one. Then we get a game-losing play, followed by a game-losing play, followed by a game-losing play, followed by a game-losing play. You can't make this up, right? Like, when just looking at this, you get Schmitz OPI into DJ not coming off the line, into Caleb skunking a wide open ball, into Tevin knocking guy's helmet off, into Borum forgetting to play football, into a clear game-losing, I think, decision. I understand that Caleb could play with more pace. Look, I get it, okay? Here's my problem, right? I've seen a lot of people go, yeah, the rookie quarterback doesn't understand situational football. Would anybody, honestly asking you, who's worried about the third down call there? Like, I'm seriously asking you, okay? So the big debate was it's third down. Therefore, after this play, you can't call a timeout. Yes, you can. I've seen kicking units run onto the field, get set up, and kick with about 12 seconds left. And it seems as if they can generally do it and get to 0-4, in my experience. So the Bears are sitting on 34 seconds. What play are they worried is going to take them probably 20 seconds to get the kicking unit set up? Like, what are they so worried about? I'm completely serious. Like, what play is it that they were so terrified that they couldn't get the kicking unit on? Because, Ben, you can't run two because it's third down. So because it's now it's third and 26. you can't run 2 plays or you don't convert. You get 1. But Ben, that's where I think the timeout it frankly helps you, because instead of having options, you're out of options. You just go get what you can, you send the kicking unit on. This isn't that hard. You tell the offense, when the play's over, run off the field. Like, offensive lineman, you see the ball come out of Caleb's hands, run off the field. Figure out what happened to the play later. Like, Valku, you mentioned you could run 4 kicks or sticks and rush the field goal kicking unit on. You absolutely could, right? You could easily, dude, just run anything at all. And you could just tell everybody, as soon as you see that ball get thrown, if it's not thrown at you, run off the field. And guess what? Ben, you mentioned, but Rob, that wasn't my plan from practice. I want to do it that way. Hey, Ben, guess what? The funniest part is you have a timeout to talk it over. You get to stop the clock. You get to come up with a new plan with your timeout. For me, at least. Look, maybe it's the basketball fan in me, right? Maybe I've just watched too much college ball, right? Especially college basketball. In my opinion, this play right here is so disjointed. I thought you had to take a timeout to reset the team, right? You have now gone backwards multiple plays in a row. In my experience, you need to take a timeout to reset the team. You already burned one earlier. I don't think you needed to, but you did. So whatever. You have to take the momentum timeout. Falco, I would even tell you it's not the, I don't think that taking a timeout here is optimal. I just think you have to do it, right? Like, the moment that you took that sack, in my opinion, you were going to deal with 2 dudes that were way too lost. Like, I agree with you, Bailey. Borum is unacceptable on this play. But the moment that you're here, you've got to call all these guys back. You have to explain to them that something happened. You need your rookie quarterback to be the one who's doing all of that explaining, despite having never been in this situation before. And nobody actually knows where the line of scrimmage is because it's further back than where you started, and that's confusing to everybody. Like, I'm right there with you, Ben. Like, that he's on the ground. I think you need the timeout. Like, this isn't through a slant, the receiver falls down, places the ball on the ground, and the referee takes it and moves it, right? Like, that's pretty snappy setup because all the receivers are closer to it. The line already knows where they're going. The quarterback's on his feet, et cetera, et cetera. Like, 100%, Jail Bro. You have to. Even if it means you rush the kicker on and Santos misses, I think you had to do it. I think anybody who has spent any time around football takes a time out there. They don't. They inexplicably do not. And for as much, the one thing that I think Caleb screws up, okay? So taking Caleb Williams' account as fact, which is dangerous. I'm just going to be honest with you, okay? Taking Caleb Williams' account as fact, when he gets back here and he decides to change the play, he must assume they don't have a timeout because his changing the play from 13 or his play from 13 seconds to 6 seconds doesn't make any sense. Like, that, in my opinion, is nonsense. So the fact that the play only got in and got called at about the 13-second mark, yeah, that's bad too. That's not good either, right? But Caleb changing the play call from 13 seconds to 6 seconds to a different play call to avoid the timeout was ridiculous. But he did it. And honestly, the funny part is, I don't even hate the play call he picked. Rome's open. Where was this shot play? This is right there. I don't know that it would have scored because the corner's hunting it. Like, I think the corner may have tackled him, but at least it would have been sick. Man, let's see. So the ball lands there. Team, I don't know. Team, I don't know. Because if Rome catches it and then he gets dragged down, you're looking at right? Right? Like, you're looking at a near Ben Bailey. Can y'all imagine if Roma Dunze went full Friday Night Lights the movie? I'm talking catch at the 3, wrapped at the 2, stretches, doesn't get there. Like, can you imagine if, like, Andy, you mentioned legacy moment. Like, yes, I agree, but I'm talking about, can you imagine if it's not all, if it, Ben, I'm talking like if it's short, right? So knee down at the 1, ball hasn't broken the plane, bang, fireworks go off, happy Thanksgiving, Lions fans, right? Like, that would have been, frankly, probably more brutal than this, actually. I do think that's a pretty. So I agree that it's DPI, but you got a gift earlier. You're never getting one again. And also, I think you got to be closer to the ball. He really does, Eric. So it's just complete sideline malpractice. And I mean, hey, if you wanted to catch up with anything, Flus looks really pissed. Oh my gosh, that's actually, oh, that's freaking sad, bro. When do you think Flus had figured out that he'd made a mistake? Because here's the thing. Biggest problem with not taking the timeout is that clearly Caleb didn't know you had it, right? Whoever, just saying, whoever was supposed to make sure Caleb knew how many timeouts they did or had not explain that to him, right? Like, I would think during the play call, I'd try to remind everybody. I'm serious. Like, this is hard in the moment, but I think you have to remind Caleb, okay, Caleb, we need this snapped by because we have to get this timeout called. Remind him you have a timeout, right? Instead, Flus is sitting there yelling, come on, go. Go! And Caleb thinks that he's setting up for the only play they have. And I agree with you, Ben, that only because it was a moon ball did it run the clock off, but somebody didn't tell Caleb, like, within the headset, hey, we have a clock stop here. We want to kick it. Instead, all that time just ticked away. It's brutal. It's brutal. And I mean, there's no, I would say that there's no fixing it, but like, it's just brutal, right? So, not a great game, but still plenty to like. I really mean that. Like, every time I watch these kinds of games, y'all, every time I watch these kinds of games, I sit there and I'm like, yeah, it's not a good game from Caleb, but there's a whole lot of rookie in the bad. Like, if you judge Caleb like a veteran, go off, King, but I don't think it's a fair standard because I just don't think Caleb looks like a veteran. Like, if you watch Bo Nix, he doesn't look like a veteran. If you watch Jaden Daniels, kudos to him. He actually kind of mimics a veteran. But it is crazy just to think, Damo, you know what? As much as anything else, I'm just giving you guys something to watch while I talk, right? Ben's talked about how he doesn't get enough film. Mm, this is one of the old school ones. I'm up late. Huh. I'm curious to see if I'm really curious to see whether Thomas Brown brings a little bit of juice. We should get the fired coach bump. We should. And so if we do, What is that going to look like? How are the boys going to respond? What's the sideline going to look like? They're in Levi, right? Like, this game isn't at home. Is it in Levi Stadium? Somebody let me know. I actually can't watch this one, at least not cleanly. I'm gonna be on a boat, which would be great. But so jail bro, they were certainly hurt, so there's that going for them. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. Look, let me be really honest, y'all. I'm so glad Eberflus is fired. I'm so upset that he got the reins of the team for such a critical season. But I am so glad he's fired. This is a huge hire. I'm going to be honest. I don't know what to take from the Kevin Warren situation, right? Like, let me be so real with you guys. There's this part of me that says anybody who's more qualified could do a better job than George McCaskey, right? But at the same time, Kevin Warren taking so much power, with this org, they really do tend to always do the wrong thing. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the Niners sideline. Man, sideline comparison, right? Here we get a hit out of bounds. The boys are hopping. Look at that. That is completely different. Wow. This is a team that's losing a lot of games. I mean, looking at the way that they explode in the snow is a little shocking compared to what we just watched. I mean, they love the hit. Look at that. The boys are amped. And that's the thing, Eric. I think the more that I settle on it, maybe I'm out of my mind. It could be that I'm way too positive. I'll be honest, right? But there's this part of me, Eric, like, for instance, Jordan, I think it was you. You asked me, do I really trust Ryan Poles? Dude, I don't know. But for some reason, Eric, maybe this is just me, okay? Maybe it's just me. But I don't think of Kevin Warren as a complete doofus. So Kevin Warren probably wants to do the obvious thing. But here's my question, Eric. Let's walk through something real fast, okay? Where is Kevin Warren's football knowledge coming from? Testing you a little bit. So what's he seen? Right? Like, for instance, Alexander, I'm stalling a little while I let Eric say this. Like, you mentioned Kevin Warren is on a mission to ensure they hire the right coach. He's putting himself on the line and not going to leave anything to chance. Rothick, you mentioned Vikings president, Big Ten commissioner. What would you have learned from being the Vikings president? Falco, who, while he was Big Ten commissioner, were the two biggest coaches in the Big Ten. Andy mentions KOC. They hired a young, offensive-oriented coach, and the whole organization turned around. After years of an old-school, hard-nosed defender, like a defensive coach in Zimmer, they hired Kevin O'Connell. And it was a hire that all kinds of people questioned at the time, but they hired a young offensive mind, and it completely changed the team. Damo, you mentioned Urban Meyer and Harbaugh. When he was Big Ten commissioner, was it not Ryan Day? Like, it was Urban Meyer for a time, and then Ryan Day took over, right? And I say that because Harbaugh is still an offensive guy, and Ryan Day is a new school offensive guy. So you had a hard-nosed offensive guy and a new school offensive guy. And I'm not trying to tell you guys that Warren's awesome, okay? I'm not. I'm trying to tell you that Warren might be brazenly about... So here's what I'm saying, okay? I think there is a chance that Kevin Warren will roll into the Bears' room and just state, no, we have to do the obvious. You have to hire an offensive guy. Like, basically, Andy, I'm saying he might stubbornly and brazenly insist that you have to follow what I think is good process in a kind of a bad way. You get what I'm saying? Where, like, I think that I think Kevin Warren may say to George McCaskey, "You're not going to do this doing anything cheap," uh, and that he may basically the three names that we've got right now, three names that we've got per ESPN, okay, are Thomas Brown. They seem serious. They probably have to say it, but they do seem serious about it. They have Thomas Brown. They have Ben Johnson. They have Cliff Kingsbury. And when I hear those three names, let me be plain with you guys. Thomas Brown, I don't think he's ready yet. Cliff Kingsbury, I think I'd throw up. But when I look at that name, I see Caleb focused, Ben Johnson, Caleb focused. So as long as Kevin Warren's big idea is everything we do for Caleb, because anything we do for Caleb is in the best interest of the Bears. To me, if Kevin Warren does that, I'm going to be real with you guys. He may turn the team around, which I can't believe because Jordan, I'm going to be so honest, man. I still think that's dysfunctional, right? Like, I still think that if Warren leads the process as the shadow GM, that is typical Bears dysfunction. But at least if they dysfunction in the right direction, they make it better. And all you got to do is get better. And then if you start winning games, that's what I'm saying, Jordan. I think that there are teams like the Bengals, for instance, that can just dysfunction in the right general direction, and you won't always change the Cincinnati. Like a tiger, get this joke? A tiger can't change its stripes, but with the right people in place, you can make a Super Bowl run and give the fans a fun time, anyways. Gotta think so, right, Falco? Plus, I'm just saying, okay? All right. Here's my other thing. Okay. Everybody hates, and I get why, on Matt Nagy. All right. But let me use an example. All right. Matt Nagy goes to Kansas City. Kansas City doesn't have a ton to work with right now. They've got the shell of whatever's left of Travis Kelce, Xavier Worthy, and a couple of others, right? I get it. But if you told me that all Matt Nagy has done in Kansas City as the offensive coordinator is make Patrick Mahomes think he's the guy, it's winning them ball games. There is a point, in my opinion, where gassing the quarterback up is half the job, maybe more. Like getting the quarterback to play like a star, tight when he needs to be, loose when he needs to be. Like, I think personally that it is that's a key part of this. We'll see what happens. I don't know. He probably would be Falco, right? Jill, bro, you mean Nagy? That's hilarious. The QB Glazer specialist. Hey, Jail, bro, he got the best season out of Mitch Trubisky that Mitch Trubisky ever had, right? It seems that way, Tommy. I mean, that's a big endorsement too, but who knows? Andy, I'm sure Tepper feels the same way if that makes you feel any better. All I know, Alexander. Okay, so after he got such a tough time in Chicago, which he earned, I'm never walking any of that back. I got to tell you, it was kind of nice watching Nagy get wasted at the first Super Bowl parade. And I am like, look, the Bears are out of this. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of you guys that hate the Chiefs because of Taylor Swift or the winning or all kinds of other things. Like, I get it. I think it would be really rad if they three-peated, right? Like, for the fun of the league, to me, I think that's fun. And I think it's fun to root for. You do not have to agree. But look at this QB draw with Josh Allen. Donald, I think people said the same thing this time last year. They said the Chiefs just lost to the Raiders on Thanksgiving. This is obviously not a good ball club. And all they got to be is ready for the playoffs. that Mahomes Hopkins connection feels like it's doing damage and it's only heating up. And watching the way that Hopkins and Cooper, or watching the way that Cooper and Allen took time to catch up, I don't know. Makes sense to me. Right, Demo? Snowy football's some gold. Oh, right up the gut. I want to win. I want to win some ball games. Alexander asked me to rank best to worst, and I have thought about this, okay? This is going to sound at least like some level of prisoner of the moment, but I have thought about this, and this is your boy's opinion, all right? Alexander, I think that the clear best coach of those three is Matt Nagy. I don't think it's close. He's the only one who's made the playoffs. He didn't explicitly have embarrassing staff situations. Of those three, it isn't close, right? Uh, in my opinion, the second best of those three is Trestman. At least Trestman was good at something. In my opinion, the 13 season, the offense was spectacular. So it was not only fun to cheer for, but it was fireworks up and down the field. You are speaking to somebody who's biased towards the offense. Who's shocked? But the problem is that in most cases, I would say that Mark Trestman led an offense that had Eric Kromer leak to the media that it was Jay Cutler's fault and then cry about it and then get fired. Normally, that would put Trestman below anybody. Except Flus had to dismiss multiple staffers, including Alan Williams, for misconduct that made national news. So we had national news we had a national news level coordinator firing push between Trestman and Eberflus. So then we go to record, and the record is abysmal, and the one-score game record is abysmal. And you look at the hits thing, and I'm not convinced it ever caught. So I don't know if he ever had the locker room. I mean, you've got guys like Jalen Johnson that are saying now, yeah, we've been playing for weeks for each other, not for the leadership. And it's like, oh my God. Like, and so I look at this, and I don't think it's prisoner of the moment to say, I think Matt Eberflus is a bottom two head coach in Bears history. I would put him at the worst that I've ever seen. I never saw Abe Gibran. I never saw anybody others. I never saw like Dick Jauron. I never watched any of that. I don't know what it felt like. But the Flus thing felt dead on arrival, dead in the middle, dead at the end. And it's funny, Eric, you mentioned Neil Armstrong. You mentioned we already talked about Mark Trestman. Matt Eberflus is the only one who never beat the Packers. Neil Armstrong beat the Packers. Abe Gibran beat the Packers. Dick Jauron beat the Packers. Or Jawrun. Gotcha. Like, Wanastat beat the Packers. It was like twice. Once in some cases. But Jawrun. It's rough. Rough, fellas. Rough on my part. But anyways, like, I say that just because it was you guys are all giving me different pronunciation guides. Anyways, yeah, exactly, Ben. I agree. All this to say that when I look at when I look at Flus personally, look, I actually think there's a bunch of tiebreakers that make it clear. Don't you? He's the only one who never beat the Packers. He's the first one to get fired mid-season. I know there were others. But like, think about it. In my opinion, think about this. Tell me I'm wrong. The Bears didn't want to fire him, and he made them do it. There is a level of incompetence, dare I say, artistry, the art of the loss, that makes you so bad, that I don't know that anybody can be worse. Because even Trestman made it to the end of the year. Like, even Armstrong, even Gibran, the other coaches managed to ride the year out. And he couldn't do it, even though we knew that was all the org wanted to do, was just ride the year out. And Jay, for what it's worth, I will tell you, I always feel like the Lovey thing is taken out of context. Jay, I don't know if you were there at the time. I don't know if you were old enough. I was barely old enough, but I do remember this, y'all. They didn't fire Lovey, right? Like, we were all there. They fired Angelo. Like, the problem was that they fired Angelo and they brought in Emery. And Emery clearly didn't want Lovey. Was going to take whatever excuse he could get to fire Lovey. It was that simple. I know that was unfair. It was obviously stupid. He then pivoted to Trestman with Bruce Arians right there, with Bruce Arians later saying, I can't believe that that I didn't get that job. I say all of this, right, purely because it was just bizarre. Looking back that, like, they fired Lovey and it cursed. Anyways, Otter, what a wild game, huh? I think it's hard to not like Brown, the person, right? It feels, Otter, like Brown is a great dude. I don't know if he's a great coach, but he's a great dude, absolutely. And we'll see what happens. He's got 5 games to prove something, but 100%. The last decade of Bears football has been tough. But I mean, hey, we got a Lions fan in the chat right now, so we've all seen it. All of us NFC North folk have seen it, folks. You can improve if you make changes. So it's funny, right, Alexander? I will tell you the other thing that, Alexander, I think you are forgetting, and I really want you, Alexander, to try to remember something, okay? If I know somebody like you, Alexander, I bet you thought Matt Nagy walked on water in 2018. Matt Nagy sounded like a wizard. He sounded like he knew everything that was going on. He sounded like he was 3 steps ahead of everybody, and he took accountability when the Bears did lose. I mean, that's not me trying to tell you that, I don't know, that you have to change one thing or another. I am of the belief that sometimes we hate a coach for talking because they keep losing and there's just not much to say. For instance, Thomas Brown, if the Bears lose 5 in a row from here, is probably going to annoy you. Just because, how do you explain the 5th loss in a row, right? There's nothing you can say that makes it okay. There's very little you can say that makes it understandable. And you can't throw your players under the bus and say, they were just better than us, right? And I only say that because Matt Nagy started talking about finding the whys in 2019. He got fired after 2021. If you weren't annoyed by him, if it didn't feel like he had died a long time ago and somehow we were still like watching his desiccated corpse go up there for pressers, I don't think you were listening to enough of him, because it was like, there's just nothing you could say. Like, they lost again. and I really only mention that because I don't think that there's anything wrong. Like, I don't think that there's anything wrong, personally, with continuing to say coach speaky things like finding the whys, right? I'm just saying people like winners. people don't like losers. And I like right, Lisan? And I agree with you, Donald. I think that Pace was a worse GM than Nagy was a coach. But I also have grown to believe that head coaches have a lot more roster control than we realize. So, did Nagy pick Jimmy Graham? I don't know. But it's hard for me to just completely absolve a bad roster of Matt Nagy's opinion, which it didn't work, right? And the offense got stale and ugly and boring and sad and didn't score. But, right, Jay? Hard Knocks sitting there like, yikes. But, man. Hopefully it's the start of something fresh and new. Here's the problem, Ben, okay? I'll say this, then I gotta go to bed. No, it's Adam Rank arguing with me. Whatever, Adam. Everybody just wants to, I think people just really want to make this weird argument that like retreads work. And I'm not trying to tell you it's set in stone. I get it. But everybody keeps pointing at specifically Andy Reid and Bill Belichick. And I'm like, Belichick kind of doesn't count because he runs up against Brady. And outside of Brady, he's just fine, right? I'm not telling you that you can't think Brady's or the Belichick's awesome. I think you got to coach with the guys you get. And when you get the GOAT, great. You're going to win a lot of games, right? Plus, I think that Bill Belichick's wizardry with the defense was well documented. Reid, I have always thought is ridiculous. Looking back, in my opinion, I think it was ridiculous that Reid was ever fired in the first place. Like, 14 years with one franchise. I get it. It can't work forever. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I feel like, Donald, in my opinion, there are just not enough people on the internet that seem to understand that just because somebody was a good head coach once or a passable head coach once does not guarantee that they will repeat that process later. That's my opinion, right? Is like you look at the Vrabel types, you look at the I don't know. Peterson was better the first time. Like Peterson was better in his first stint. Rivera was better in his first stint. There are a lot of these guys that are better their first go round. I couldn't tell you why. I can just tell you that it happens. And it doesn't mean that a first-time head coach is always a banger. It's not the case. But this idea that there's a floor for a proven head coach, I don't know about that. It seems like there's no floor, but there's also a ceiling with a lot of these retreads. And maybe you get Andy Reid. I mean, I guess it's possible, right? But by the same token, maybe you get McVay or Shanahan, right? And there's more of those. There's more LaFleurs and O'Connells than there are Shanahans than there are Reids and Belichick's. And so, I don't know. And Reinhardt, here's another thing that's really weird, if you ask me, is I see a lot of people Reinhardt, is it just that I live in Dallas? Is it just that I live in Dallas? But like, I see people hailing Mike McCarthy as a success. And I'm sitting here like, what? Dallas fans hate him. They have very good reason to hate him. And then people go, they won 12 games. And I'm like, did you see what happened in the playoffs? Dallas, the city, doesn't give a damn about like how many regular season games you win. They expect that. Like, I get it. Maybe Dallas is just a spoiled org. You can say that. Like, I'll own it. But Mike McCarthy got hired to win playoff games. Not everybody gets the same mandate, right? And he got a mandate to go win playoff games. They didn't. They haven't. It's like, it's been brutal. if you ask me. Like, and I have trouble telling Falco, but I mean, hey, when he had Dan Quinn, they were running things. No, less so. ZTF's right. Jordan, Jordan, I think it is funny talking about Jim Harbaugh, just to own it, right? Because maybe I'm overreacting to one game, okay? But I want to talk about Harbaugh very briefly. I love Jim. I think the work that Jim is doing is awesome, right? I'm not about to turn face on Jim Harbaugh, but Jim's Chargers are at least a year away, I think, from beating anybody in the playoffs. Hand up, maybe I'm going to be completely wrong. I will take getting old takes exposed. I have no problem with that. But Jim's team right now really struggles to punch up. They're very good at punching laterally and punching down. There's nothing wrong with that. Jordan, if you want to win ball games, you have to be able to beat the Giants. And I know that sounds easy, but it's not. There are a lot of teams that lose a lot of games just like the Bears did this season. Bears are great proof of this, right? You have to win. You have to win the games you have to win. You have to win the games you have to win. If you win those, you go 7 and. Now you just have to win 2 more games on the schedule, and you're 9 and. 3 more, you're 10 and you're in the playoffs. So I have no problem. Like, the part that I look at this and just wonder with Jim, I'm being honest. Like, I'm looking at this sideways, right? Is Jesse Minter, how long you think he's got on the Chargers? Jesse Minter is doing a phenomenal job. If I wasn't so hell-bent on offense, I would be talking more about Jesse Minter because he and that Chargers defense are doing wizard stuff. Like, he's awesome. But it's going to be hard to keep that. And so then you got to replace him. And Jim knows all the guys. So I won't be shocked if their next DC is pretty good too. Like, it's just gonna be interesting to watch this Chargers team. And I do think that there's no way that that there's no way that all this stuff is, Jay, honestly, I think it's weird, not to completely cut off what I was saying, but Jay, I want to come back at you, right? I see a lot of people that are saying it's pretty crazy that that we were, or like, Jay, I see a lot of people saying playoff expectations for us were pretty crazy. And dude, Jay, how many disasters has it taken to edge the Bears out of a playoff spot? I know this is probably cheating. Keep the Titans game, okay? If you win against Detroit, and if you win against Green Bay, and if you win against the Hail Mary, now you're 7-6. Right? No, you're 7-5. Goodness gracious. Right? Donald, this is what frustrates me, man. I gotta tell you. Because Greg says, rookie quarterback, no playoff run. You're all out of your mind. They fired a coach mid-season, dude. Like, this is what's driving me crazy, right? If Caleb had looked more like the Texans game, I agree. He doesn't, right? I'm not saying he looks perfect. Like Falco mentioned, the Broncos are going to the playoffs. Jaden Daniels is going to the playoffs. Like, everybody said no, or like, rookie quarterback, no playoff run. And then the coach got himself fired as the first Bears coach mid-season to ever get fired. I don't want to hear that it's the rookie quarterback's fault. Maybe a veteran quarterback might have helped a little, but you have so many problems. So many of these late game closing problems that I think to hang it, like, Donald, I'll be blunt. I think to hang it on a rookie quarterback is short-sighted, it's reductionist, and I personally think it's making a boogeyman out of a kid who's already taking enough abuse. Look, maybe I've just got a small soft spot for him, all right? But for some reason, so with Justin Fields, people pointed out his flaws in ways that bordered on playing on racial stereotypes that got ugly. Okay? Like, could Justin read a field and process? Not really. But the way people said it was pretty black quarterback, if you pick up on what I'm saying. And it was, people said it in ways where maybe it's just me, but the tone made it hard to listen to, right? So I get that. And there was definitely a little bit of that where you dug in and you got a little, and because it got personal, you just wanted to root for Justin Fields, period. Like, it's hard to listen to. With Caleb, people have pointed out his flaws. Don't get me wrong. People try to talk about holding onto the ball too long. But for me, at least, it is plain that there are a lot of people that just don't like him. And it always comes back to the stupid nails thing. Like, the nails gets brought up. And the fact that people think he acts like, you clearly get insinuations that he's gay. And like a whole bunch of this other stuff that to me feels so out of pocket. And I'm like, what? What? Where is this coming from? Why? Like, then you look at, I don't know, the way ESPN is practically crusading for Jaden Daniels. And I personally can't help but look at all of this and end up pretty, like, I'm rooting for Caleb. I would love for the Bears to be good, but I am rooting for Caleb because it's kind of funny listening to a lot of Caleb detractors not really have a thing to point to. Like you're talking about, Jordan. He's a character. I've no problem with him not being boring, right? But let me see. I love Bill Polian. But so let me see. Yeah, no, seriously though, Jay, the Bill Polian calling Lamar a wide receiver energies does still exist. It's around. I mean, Jay, I'm probably speaking to your heart here. Okay, Chad, if you've done this before, we can all own it. We've probably all done it before, right? But there's a point where you realize how much we keep underrating Lamar because anytime anybody does anything mobile, they go, oh, he's just like Lamar. Jaden Daniels is not just like Lamar. Nobody's just like Patrick Mahomes. Nobody's just like Lamar, or nobody's just like Josh Allen. But for some reason, the moment that any kid does anything with a little bit of mobility, we immediately call him Lamar. We keep degrading Lamar. Like, why do we keep denigrating Lamar Jackson? Like, why do we keep comparing Lamar to anybody who runs? It's like Lamar does so much more than that. Lamar does so much more than that. To keep calling people Lamar Jackson keeps insinuating that they are the second or first best quarterback in the league and also one of the most mobile, dangerous people possible. Remember when Herb Howard kept saying Justin Fields is Lamar but with less support? It was like, Herb, do you know what you're trying to say about Lamar? I get you're happy about Fields. I get you're happy with Fields. You don't have to you don't have to make this comparison because that is way too far. Way too far. It's like, in my opinion, at the very least, like that's the thing, Joe Bro. I think he's phenomenal. And like you're mentioning, Lisan, I would prefer, if I got to choose, that Caleb imitates Aaron Rodgers and Patrick Mahomes, but that's because those two are on Lamar's level, just in different ways, right? That's a flavor thing, right? They're all at the same level of quarterback. There's just one obvious bugaboo that kills me on Lamar's behalf. You guys know it. I'll say it in a minute. I'll give you a chance to guess it. It's the one part, Jay, that I think burns me up because there are people that make very snappy judgments. Let me put it this way, Jay. I don't know why, but for some reason, people would cheer a lot for Zach Wilson's comeback, but Geno Smith's goes surprisingly underspoken, right? Uh, Look, I don't know if it's a race thing. I'm not necessarily trying to make it a race thing, but it is wild to me, especially after really ingratiating myself in this with Fields, looking at how many stellar quarterback like comeback stories or other stuff get underwritten one way or another. But anyways, I say all this because for me, it's the fact that Lamar can't win in the playoffs. Like, uh, I know it's not that simple, but boy howdy, like I want him to win in the playoffs. I don't necessarily need him to win the dadgum Super Bowl, right? But it is very frustrating that Lamar is struggling as much as he is in a lot of these high leverage playoff games. Is it because of his receivers? A little. Is it because of the offense that he's been playing? Definitely a little. Is it because the offensive line gets to the end of the season and everybody's hurt? That's got to have something to do with it. But Lamar still needs that game that just dominates in the playoffs. And I know we all know, right? I know we're all on the same page. But that's one of those, in my opinion, points that I look at for Lamar Jackson in particular. And I'm like, man, that's all he needs. Like, he's coming up on, he shouldn't win MVP this year. I think you got to give it to Josh Allen. Like, not to get into the whole MVP thing, but I think Josh Allen has been flat too good for too long. And this season, he is a step better than his usual good. I think you got to give it to Josh Allen, in my opinion. But, well, that's the thing, Jordan. I'm actually talking about having something that you can shove in people's face when, well, that's the problem, Otter, because if it's Goff that's going to get it, then Darnold's competing for it too, man. Like, I think MVP is a very weird award. And I want you to know that I say that very sweetly. I try to, right? Where it's like, I agree with you in principle that the quarterback of the winningest team is probably an MVP candidate, et cetera, et cetera. But I also think that the MVP tends to go it tends to go to a flashy player. Like, it's the only way I guess I could say it. It's a narratives award, 100% Falco. MVP is the NFL equivalent of the Heisman, and the Heisman is the Hypesman, right? We can own it. It's like, I really can't tell who's going to win the Heisman between Travis Hunter and Ashton Jeanty, because I have a tough time figuring out who's got the bigger brand. It is the Heisman moment stuff, 100%. And Ben, Saquon's amazing in this case. But so, well, yeah, Jordan, I'm okay. If we're talking about the Bears, my expectations are lower, much lower. For Lamar, it's more about cementing himself as a top 3 quarterback in the NFL to the people that hate him. But, like, yeah, Jay, that's tough. I also think, Jay, okay, so I'm going to say this to a Chicago chat, knowing good and well that I have a feeling a lot of you guys hate LeBron James. Natural conflict of the, like, LeBron being the next great one, right? Where the next great one impedes on, I mean, it's like any running back in Walter Payton, right? Talk to a Chicago Bear, they're not much for Emmitt Smith because Walter's the GOAT. And anybody who encroaches on the GOAT is going to bother you. But I feel like we all probably learned, I don't know if you guys feel this way, I feel like we all probably learned with LeBron James, MVP voters just get bored. Like, I don't know how many MVPs LeBron James has won. It's not enough. LeBron James is the best basketball player that I've ever watched in my lifetime. I'm only 30. I didn't see, I'm only 30. I didn't see Jordan. And I'm not trying to make a Jordan comparison. I'm more saying that LeBron has played for 20 seasons. He should have been the most valuable player in at least 9 of them. And he was, generally speaking. But voters get bored. I mean, he carried Cavs teams. He carried Heat teams. He then carried more Cavs teams. And Lakers, I don't think he's ever earned it. But we voted for Russell Westbrook, for crying out loud. Had an amazing season. A lot of triple doubles. Everybody loves him. Like that kind of thing. I say this. I say this peak or like right, LeBron. I say this because when I at least watch Lamar, especially this season, I think he's got no chance at MVP because he won it last year. It's voter fatigue. They're not going to give it to Lamar twice. I do think Otter, I'm going to tell you this, okay? My take. Dan Quinn's probably going to win Coach of the Year. Right, Otter? Actually, I want that thumbs up, thumbs down. Dan Quinn's going to win Coach of the Year. Do we agree or do we not agree? I want to know. This will be my last thing that I'll leave y'all with. This is old school stream. Then I'll go to bed. Well, normally it's Dan Quinn, right? Like everybody says Dan Campbell. Normally it's Dan Quinn, isn't it? Normally you take the team we thought was going to be the worst, and then they're good, and then we give them Coach of the Year. Tomlin might be a great example, right? Because people thought the Steelers were going to be bad, and now they're good. I think, personally, oh man, Jay, I'm right there with you. Eric, that's how Nagy got it. That's how D'Amico Ryans got it. And here's my thing. That's bullshit. Like, it is, I'm going to go all the way there, okay? That is garbage. Kyle Shanahan should have won it last year. And if not Kyle Shanahan, it should have been Matt LaFleur. Dan Campbell should win it this year. I don't care. Like, I'm right there with you, Jordan, that I think Kevin O'Connell did an amazing job. But I think being the coach in the NFL ought to make you Coach of the Year. They should pick different awards, right? Like, if they want to give it to the team that outperformed expectations, then they should change the award to say that. Coach of the Year should be the coach that led the best team, in my opinion. Or at least had the most dominant season. Because in my opinion, it ought to be Tomlin. It ought to be Campbell. And I would give it to KOC, but I think that KOC is basically the same case as Campbell, but slightly worse, so long as their records remain a little gapped out. And Tomlin, frankly, might be the best candidate, but I feel like not awarding Campbell something is a shame in a season like this, right? And Steven, exactly. Guys like McVay and LaFleur should realistically win it every year. I'm completely serious. I'm with you. Shanahan had like 14 wins last year. The 49ers were the most dominant team in the regular season. How does that not win Coach of the Year? With Brock Purdy. Like, how does that not win Coach of the Year? Because we're bored and we have a formula. And that formula is, did we think they were going to be bad? And then they ended up being good? You're the Coach of the Year. And it's like, I'm frustrated. Where I'm right there with you, Otter. Where I think it's... I just think personally, if you guys are cool with me saying this, because it's a little gross. I feel like voters think way too highly of themselves, right? Like voters act like they know enough ball to accurately predict who's going to be good before the season. Nobody's that clued in. Nobody is. You'll get guys like Jordan who will tell you everybody knew the Vikings should have been this good. Vikings fans thought that. And a lot of teams thought that about their own team. People think that, or like you talk to Jets people, they thought this season was going to be good. You talk to Bears people, they thought this season was going to be good. You talk to Packers people, they thought this season was going to be good. Everybody thinks that, and then the winning team just sounds like the smart fan. That's all this is, right? Like, I've just been around it enough. I've seen it enough where you get fans telling you this is how it's going to play out. And then if it does, they look really smart, and they're almost always fairly positive. And that's the thing, Ben. I looked like an incredibly smart fan while the Bears were still sticking to the schedule that I'd laid out for them, which I had. And people in my office thought I was practically Bearstradamus. And then they imploded in a way that I don't think was, I mean, you'll get people, again, like Jordan, and I say that with love, Jordan, that'll tell you, it's the Bears. How did you not think that they were going to implode? And I'm like, come on, like that? like that. Nobody does that. But anyways, that's what I'm saying, Joe, bro. I think it would have been. But so then you end up with, like, for instance, Otter. How many Lions fans actually thought that they were going to be like this good? And before you say a lot of them, I know. I'm more saying, like, of the ones that are normal insane, right? Did everybody think they were going to be this dominant? Like this dominant? This is crazy. Especially if you told me that Hawkinson was going to do that, and then be gone. Crazy. Like crazy. Did I say Hawkinson? Because I definitely meant Hutchinson. Like, it's insane. It is insane for winning me over. That defense is playing really well. Like, I thought Aaron Glenn was hosing himself, but he's coaching the hell out of his DBs, especially the safety units. They're awesome. Like, the whole team's awesome. I mean, top to bottom, org is just really well run. Really well run. And I think that ought to be awarded. I'm not even just gassing you up, man. Like, I think that the Lions this year have been so much better than I thought they were going to be, and so impressive with the consistency that they have just smoked people. What was it? Jared Goff went a near month throwing more touchdown passes than interceptions. Somebody has to get an award for this. Like, and it can't just be Pepsi Air Player of the Year or whatever. Or like Pepsi Air Player of the Month, whatever it is. The week. It might be less. It's in crazy. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. Like, and for me, Reinhardt, I know nobody cares now, okay? I know. But I think those awards stick forever, man. People can say whatever they want to. Why is Nagy good? Dude, he won Coach of the Year. You could tell me it doesn't matter. It did. That 12-4 season was the best season I've watched in a long, doggone time. That was fun. Why are we all still here at 1 a.m. talking about the Bears? Probably the 2018 Bears, if you search deep enough. Like, it was the season amidst some freaking terrible Bears seasons that reminded you how much fun this thing can be. Like, yeah, a little bit of appeal to authority, Reinhardt, for sure. But in my opinion, it's like we felt it. You got that hit. And so now if you get back to, like, you know what the water tastes like again. You're so thirsty, but you know what the water tastes like because you had that. And I mean, looking back, it is pretty crazy, if you ask me, how badly we spit in the eye of the 2 8-8 seasons that followed. We hated them. We hated those 8-8 seasons. We know not what we lost. I think I just hated watching that team. To be honest with you, it's funny, right? It's like the Bears were 8-8, but they were 8-8 in the ugliest, grindiest fashion possible. I mean, I still remember those teams, the 2019 and the 2020 Bears, for being so offensively incompetent. Like, that's what I think is so funny, Donald. You mentioned it was bad. This is worse. I don't know. That was worse. Like, this is normal, incompetent, bad offense, right? Like, y'all tell me if you disagree. This is normal, incompetent, bad offense. I got to hand it to Nagy. Those offenses were so bad and made such poor mistakes at such bad times. It was disgusting. Lest we forget the speed option, like in the Rams game. Lest we forget one of my favorite plays ever, coming out of a timeout, take a false start, back up, Nick Foles snaps, hands it to nobody, pulls it down himself, and fails on 4th down against the Titans. Do we remember that? It's one of my favorite bad Bears plays from the Nagy era. I mean, it's one of my favorites looking back. Like, just takes the snap, hands it to nobody. Montgomery's already gone. Foles totes the pill, loses 2 yards. And it was on like 4th and 3. Like, and the funny part was, here's what we didn't know. Okay? Because when people come out for the Nagy thing, I generally get them with this. All right. The secret sauce is that Matt Nagy was outstandingly good at beating the teams that his Bears were better than. That's all it was, right? To call it secret sauce isn't fair. It was as simple as Matt Nagy would take his team and thunder the Lions. Matt Nagy would take his team and destroy the Jaguars. And he might upset probably 2 to 3 other teams on the schedule, which would mean that you'd win 6 clean games that nobody thought were hard, right? And then you would scrape out 2 more wins, a couple tight losses. That's your season, 8-8. Like, what we didn't know was going forward, we wouldn't even be able to win those games consistently, right? Now, the Bears play a team worse than them. It's still a toss-up. Like, it's still a good question on whether or not any of the Bears are going to win those games. And it can, Razzie. It can always get worse. And yeah, Steven, not only do they beat Brady, you want to talk about a butterfly effect event? I have this one. I was just talking to a friend of mine about this. I'm going to tell you a story. It's 2020. Nick Foles is the Bears quarterback, right? We were all there. They've beaten Brady. And right now, if memory serves, it's a Sunday afternoon America's Game of the Week game. It's in Soldier Field. They're hosting the currently 10-2, I think, 10-2 Saints or something like that. And the game opens up with a decent little drive and a play-action deep shot to Allen Robinson running a circus route. And, yeah, no kidding, right, Reinhardt? Running a circus route, and Foles drops it in the bucket. And the Bears hit a touchdown pass. They basically haven't hit for an entire season, and suddenly they're on the board. And the Bears' offense is actually phenomenal that game. We're talking about the same one, Reinhardt, where the calls, I've actually not seen a game in a while where it was the called offense was awesome. The Bears just screwed it up pretty much left, right, and center. But somehow, some way, in the last moment of the game, I bet you remember it, 3rd and 16, Nick Foles hits an out route to Allen Robinson that sets the Bears up for a field goal that pushes the game into overtime. They lose the coin toss. 2nd and 9. No, it was 1st and 10, wasn't it? No, it was 2nd and 9. Drew Brees and the Saints were on the ball. So it's 2nd and 9. Drew Brees throws the flat. And Roquan Smith, number 58, jumps the route. Ball's in his hands. And there's a parallel universe where Roquan Smith catches the ball, takes it to the house, and it's over. The game is over. The fireworks go off in Soldier Field. The team storms the field. Roquan goes on to win All-Pro that year. The Bears are hyped. Nick Foles, I'm not saying it's full Madden simulation, but people actually believe in the program that the Bears are running, and maybe things come together a little bit. Maybe that's Matt Nagy's turning point, but it's not what happened. The ball slips out of Roquan Smith's hands, and the Bears don't possess the ball again as the Saints drive down the field, kick a game-winning field goal, and the game is over. And I'll always think about that because that Saints team was good. And it was the last time that I've seen, besides I guess the last 2 games, it was the last time that I've seen the Bears punch up that consistently. Because normally the Bears just get smushed. Normally the Bears go up against a good team and they get destroyed, right? And maybe it is the best timeline, Ben, but Eric, it is wild thinking, I think, about the games that will break a program, right? College and NFL, where a specific game enforces a program, a specific game breaks a program. For instance, Eric, I think that the Hail Mary probably broke the Bears. Don't get me wrong. I'm not stupid, right? But I think the Packers game actually might have gotten them back on track. First win in 10 tries, 5 years. I think that just beating the Packers might have put the team's head back on its shoulders. I think it might have gotten a couple people who were out to lean just like a little bit back in, right? But then they didn't. And the funny part is, Ben, I think that chances are, if they'd beaten the Packers, I think you would have shaken the Packers program a little. I know that probably sounds ridiculous, but I am a huge believer. Hey, maybe this is just me thinking of myself as self-important, right? I am a big believer in that the Packers franchise right now puts its emotional energy, its emotional core is that they beat the Bears. I'm kind of not kidding. Like the Packers are unbeatable because the Packers never lose to the only team that desperately wants to beat them, right? And every other game is important, but it's not the same as beating the Bears. And 100% Reinhardt, 100%. And so the way that the Packers dominate the Bears, I believe, has been a part of their emotional stability, which is part of why I want so badly to see the Bears semi-consistently beat them, because I actually think it would challenge their organization. And I'm really not kidding with that. Like, I do think football is like that. And so we'll see if things change. Here's the thing. I think we are looking at a good young quarterback. I'm intrigued by the coaching option. I'm not ready, but I'm intrigued by the coaching option. We got 5 games, and we got nowhere. We're not going anywhere. Like us. But if you're feeling like I am, the fire is just harder to stoke than it used to be. There's so much, like the wax of embitterness is thick at this point. It's like it's just a little harder to really care. And it's not impossible, but fellas, I need some results. I'm sure you feel it too, at least a little. It's like, that's the thing, Ben. I'm not trying to tell you that I'm not trying to tell you I need some results from now to the end of the season. Ben, I'm telling you I need some results on the next one, right? I need the new head coach to not show up and immediately have me saying, well, we had to wait another year for the program to really set in. Don't make me talk about next year. I don't want to think about it. I want to think about the year coming up. Like, that's the thing. I'm not trying to be like depressing. I'm more saying I think we're all tired of pushing to next year. But here we go. Folks, sleep well. Bear down. Thanks so much for bearing with me.